and stuff.
Right. Hello, welcome everybody. Welcome to election 2024. We are covering tonight the US election, presidential, along with other races, but mainly the presidential election, because let's be honest, that's the one that really counts here. And we're joined tonight, throughout the night, by a star-studded A-list of political analysts, unmatched in the world, coming onto my channel all night, and from across United States and also the UK as well, to put our thoughts on the matter. So to start with, I'm joined by Hitman, Aubrey, and John Cinder. Right, and I was going to say, I'll start. Aubrey, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Is this coming through okay?
Yep, you sound great.
Okay,
everything's good.
Thanks for having me on.
That's all right. And I was going to say, have you voted at all?
I just did. Yeah, I did.
You've just voted. Oh, great.
Yeah, there was some voting drama, but we can talk about that later if you want.
No, that'd be definitely great. And John, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. The energy is high. Our people are optimistic, but as we all well know, we're living in an upside down world and everything is falling apart. So we've got front row seats to the last gasp, which I think your video really caught the grandiosity of what's coming. So we're all sitting with bated breath. I've taken 2 sleeping drafts, so I will be asleep in like 2 hours. I got an aggressive job, but I'm hoping for the best. I've been praying all day. I'll be praying for the next 2 weeks for sure.
Good. Are you currently in the United States, John?
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast.
You're on the East Coast. Great. And have you voted at all yet?
I took care of that a while ago.
Okay, so did you do like a post? What do you call it, like an early vote or mail vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, great stuff. And just for pure clarity, when I was putting those images together for that video, it does appear quite one-sided, and that's not me. That is Google Images. I just put in like election campaign memorable photos, that sort of stuff, and it was mainly Trump in the algorithm. The Kamala stuff, it was just like odd bits and bobs of going on the that Black Women's program.
That's apropos of the election. It's Trump in the streets and Kamala in the sheets, and by sheets I mean the illegal backdoor counting area.
True. Hitman, how are you, sir?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. All I have to say is hail Trump, hail victory.
Strength and honor.
Strength and honor, right. And Hitman, you're not an American national, are you?
No, but I have many family members who are, so...
Yes, I've got family members. They live in California. They live in Santa Barbara, I think.
Ooh,
yeah,
nice place.
Santa Barbara. I think they are shit libs though, so I don't know.
I know for that most of my American relatives don't like Trump, so
I say they're shit libs, but they have a strong connection to the US Air Force. And when I look at their Facebook, I mean, actually, it's quite interesting. There's like zero politics in there. It's not like they haven't tweeted or shared like anything Republican or Democrat related. So I don't know. Maybe they're like libertarians or I don't know, something weird like that. I don't know.
Military
that's-
often goes Republican, though.
With my relatives,
that-
it's interesting because I remember in previous elections they were talking about it a lot, but this one on Facebook it's just like, nope, nothing.
No, true. It is interesting. Maybe that's, I mean, you forget that there's a sizable portion of the American population who don't usually vote, and also who are registered independents. So, and that's going to be what we're looking at tonight. It's really where the independents split, and I think if all current polling and traction matches up with what I've been seeing in some of these early results, I would say that Trump's going to have a very good night.
So when I was voting, I'm in the Midwest in Missouri, and when I was voting, they were clapping out loud for all these people that were first-time voters, and it was all these like young guys that looked a little stricken in the spotlight there when they were all clapping. But I was hopeful that it's young 20-somethings, as it seems like many of them are following Trump. So
could you define
Trump.
stricken in this context for the less intelligent out there, and also me?
They stood there like they were a deer in headlights as everybody stopped and started clapping for them, kind of like when it's your birthday in a restaurant and everybody they sing for you. That's what they look like.
Well, that's good. I mean, I like that. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
Missouri, right? I'm not going to ask where in Missouri, but that's cool.
Close to a big city.
Okay, I can
But
imagine.
luckily, we don't go the same way that they do.
How many Yakov Smirnov shows do you get in a week?
I have no idea what you mean.
Oh, okay.
I know who that is, but
he owns Branson, right? Like he's.
Oh, really?
Branson
Okay,
guy.
yeah. I'm on the other side of the state, so
Okay.
yeah, that's funny.
Do you guys struggle with the brown recluse spider in your area?
Oh my God, such a fear when I moved here.
Yeah.
I found out about them, and I had to go to counseling about it. Like I was really, really freaked out. Yeah, they're terrifying.
Yeah, they're terrifying.
Absolutely.
It's like when you get Joe Biden in the White House, the
Right.
necrosis that takes
Isn't it?
place in
It
the
is.
system.
Very similar.
Very similar.
Yep. Good analogy.
So what is like the feeling of the Brit Bros with this election? I don't quite know. Like, of course, my heart sank when Keir Starmer got in, but your system is quite different. And like, we've all been depressed since like Blair, honestly, but there was always that glimmer of hope that the Tories would be a little smarter, be a little bit more responsible, but that's clearly not been the case, right?
No, I would say, imagine like in an RPG setting, you have your good, your neutral, your bad, and then your absolutely like worst ending. Britain has decided to go along the path of the worst ending, the worst ending path when it comes, and the Tories have decided. I mean, the Tories have decided that as well. I mean, they're done. There is no electoral future for the Conservatives at all. Many people who went to Reform are feeling a bit pissed off with Reform because Farage is sort of, he's not capitalizing on what's going on. So it feels like we're run by like a one part. Really, feels like a one party thing at the state of the moment. A lot of people on the right are drifting towards others. So it's
the understanding that we live under a managerial class, particularly in the Anglosphere, is like not new to us. But every day I wake up, I am so surprised that this is reality. Like I have to reorient myself. Like, no, this is real. You're not dreaming. This is reality. And that's it's just, it never gets easy. You never get used to it, or at least not for the past 5 years.
You see, what I do is every morning when I wake up, and when I go to work, and if I go to any major city in the UK, I always set my expectation and expect the worst, or like the absolute worst of worst qualities in everybody, and then you're never disappointed.
But that's
Good way to say it.
that's so contrary, I think, to like the American outlook. Like we wake up in the morning, we hit ourselves in the face with a baseball bat, and we go happy-go-lucky everywhere we go and expect the best, and it fucks us a lot of times.
So we're the golden retrievers. Is that
kind
it?
of? Yeah. We're the 2-year-old golden retriever, right?
Love it.
Yes, it's very insufferable. I would admit.
And you guys just sound like the 13-year-old Scottish Terrier that like Migran owns. You know, like very set in its ways, doesn't like to be played with, has its routine, and if you interrupt that, you're gonna get bit in the nose.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree.
Yeah, true. Right, as we've been talking, we've got a few results come in, so let's just do the presidential one first. So we have a result from New Hampshire, in the, I believe it is the precinct of Dixieville, which is by the way, the electorate here is 6, and 3 voted for Kamala Harris and 3 voted for Donald Trump. Last time, all 6 voted for Joe Biden, and in 2016, 5 voted for Hillary Clinton and 1 voted for Donald Trump. So this is the best. This is the best
we're
result.
making progress.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if I feed that through the AI Shia tally computer, it should come out with 100% victory for Donald Trump. And just to let everyone know, we have another guest, a special guest here, a giant in the American political scene for a while. Please welcome Don the Pleb.
Hello.
Don.
Hello.
I don't know how giant
Hello,
I am,
Don.
but
Hello.
thank you.
Don, I view you as a very important figure. It's one of the reasons I wanted to invite you on tonight's stream, because I remember 4 years ago, I believe I was watching your stream on election night, and it was strange because I woke up in like this fever dream and you were still on, and we were watching in real time, I would say, the fortification.
Yeah, that probably means I know exactly when you locked into that stream. There was, I don't know, 6 hours or something there where I guess depending on where you started, where you could watch votes flip, you could watch counts shut down, and then as soon as they restarted, Biden was winning states that he was losing, all kinds of stuff. It was a pretty good testament time period to we have created the most diverse voter fraud organization in American history.
Yeah. It was so strange watching it live, because it was literally, they shut down, and then a whole load of votes come in, and you see the Democrat or Joe Biden's column go up by 10,000 or so, and Trump's doesn't move. And so by that logic, that whole ballot box would have all the votes tallied for Joe Biden, which is Robert Mugabe level election numbers.
Yeah, that's how popular she is. She's at Mugabe levels, which I'm really looking forward to. Because he was successful, right?
Most successful. Now, this is the question, Don, and I'll ask everyone else on the panel here. Do we think fortification is going to happen this time round?
Yes, 100% it's going to happen. The question is whether or not too big to rig is real. And it is, insofar as there seems to be a limit to how far they'll go. Now, that said, if you're willing to fortify what is to stop you at any given point, and we'll see what happens with that. But the general principle that this is winnable, I think, is the case. Harris, the reason for that is that Harris is not popular amongst the powers that be, regardless of whether or not she's unpopular with voters. The quantity of people who want to support her in power is relatively low, and that there is division amongst those ranks is unto itself enough.
No, definitely. And it is funny because during the DNC, during the official nomination, there was an interview that I saw going round, and I think it was shared by one of the conservative accounts, and it was Governor Gavin Newsom who was like on this panel being interviewed, and you would have thought, he would have got behind the party nominee and all that, and instead he was sort of ripping into her a bit. He was doing like light jokes about the fact that
he wanted to be the one. That's why. He wanted to be the one, and and he actually did war. I hate the guy, but he actually has kind of earned that spot if he were lifted up. She has not.
Well, I don't know if earned is the word, but he has fortified his way to that spot.
Well, he's worked, is what I'm saying. He's been elected, so.
Yeah.
He knows how to play the game, as the saying goes.
Right.
Yeah. Well, with California, all I could say is thanks, Reagan. Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. On the other hand, I'm perfectly willing to call the election right now. 4,000 votes for Harris, 15,000 votes for Trump. Good. We're done.
Oh, hold on a sec, guys. Let me update. Okay. Yep. Okay, yeah, so you got Indiana and Kentucky. Okay. Nice.
So would you like to hear my experience voting today?
Go with it. Yeah, because I was going to ask you, sorry, we just lost John a second ago. We'll bring him back. There we go. So yeah, Aubrey, I was going to ask you, compared to 2020, is there a noticeable change from 2020, like while you were waiting in queue to, standing in line to vote? Was there a noticeable change at all?
So in 2020, my husband was in the military, and so I was at Fort Bragg, and we had to, COVID hit, and so we did mail-in ballots for that. So I wasn't there to actually feel the energy. We were in quarantine almost all the time in 2020. But I will say that today, so a month ago, I checked my voter registration because I'm back here in Missouri now, and it said that I was registered, and I even volunteered to be like a polling judge if they needed me. So then Saturday, I check again because I was going to go vote that day, and it couldn't find me in the system. Suddenly, I'm not there, right? So I'm like starting to get a bit concerned. So I called the Secretary of State, can't get through to anybody. Leave a message, don't hear back from anybody. Go today or go look up this morning, and I'm in the system again. So I go to vote. They can't find me. On my phone, I was on the Missouri site, and I'm showing that I'm registered. They can't find me. So I sat there for like an hour as they're on hold. Nobody picks up with the Secretary of State site. And so they give me a provisional ballot. And they're like, well, I said, but this isn't going to count tonight. And they said, well, no, probably not. Maybe, I don't know. And so they gave me a little slip of paper and said, in 14 days, I can call and find out if my ballot made it and made the cut. So I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
No.
No. That's
stuff
that makes me nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing sort of reports of, there have been, it's interesting because going back to our previous point about the fortification, certain counties, so like what is in Arizona, you have Maricopa County, that appears to be watched like a hawk by a lot of the Trump team.
It is.
If the Democrats wanted, I think there's already been 12,000 mail-in ballots which have been not included in a vote tally because of the issue with the signatures, and they could be disregarded. I think one of the county officials who was sort of in that press conference, it sounded like you said, well, if it can't be corroborated, these signatures, then it will be disregarded. I don't know what
they're gonna corroborate those at 3 a.m. when they need them. They're putting them on standby.
Yeah, and Missouri, it usually goes Republican, so I'm not too concerned about that with the presidential election. But I just don't like the instability there. That makes me nervous.
Yeah. So as to Maricopa, even one, Trump team's on the ground there. Two, I think Project Veritas is there. Three, Crowder is there. Four, somebody else is there. There are a lot of people watching Maricopa County. Relevantly, though, Trump just dropped something, I'm pretty sure, over on Truth Social, because for whatever reason, he's still continuously posting there about them having some ballot irregularity in Pennsylvania, and he's already got law enforcement on the way. Colorado is already recounting 30 to 40,000 votes because of an unsealed ballot box. I mean, the shenanigans are afoot. In the world of good news, we're finding out about all of the shenanigans at this time of the day as opposed to 3 a.m. because
Like
there is pushback.
Real time, which is huge. And I think this is all going to come down to Pennsylvania. Like, all the fuckery that we're going to see is going to be centralized in Pennsylvania, particularly Philadelphia, but right around there too. Like, it's sort of a must-win state in all the projections that I see. And it's also the most corrupt if you look at everything going on. I mean, I was hearing all day. I got people in Pennsylvania, and I got people all day telling me, like, there's a pipe that burst, or like the machines are down in multiple places. It's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there are a couple places that a couple voting places that were closed down because we got like record rains last night, so they had flooding, and I don't know.
Any reason and every reason. That's why I think, like, my prediction is this is going to be death by 1,000 cuts. Who dies remains to be seen, but it's just going to be so much fuckery in so many places. Like, I think probably at the DNC at some point they said we just need everybody and anybody, all hands on deck, starting lawsuits, just all this lawfare, trying to make it so complicated that people get lost and then look to the major overarching meta narratives for direction, which is Trump is Hitler.
That's definitely true. I will push back on one thing. The most corrupt place in this country will remain California until further notice. But I don't know that it's going to matter with the lawfare shenanigans, of which there's plenty, right? There are 3 states or something like that are already have adjudicated lawsuits over removing illegals or dead people from the ballots and these sorts of things. So that too is a wild change from 2020. For those that don't remember, in 2020, in the August timeframe, some of these things were going on, and all of those suits were just getting killed, usually for standing. Right? That there are rulings on these things is incredible. There should have been in 2020. That it is happening at all implies anywhere there is real pushback, and that pushback is getting traction. Now, I know that's not indicative of what anybody wants, because the only thing it's really indicative of is a fight. But finally, there is one, and that alone makes me happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Quick, that the California is most corrupt, but their corruption has been so long form that it's now systematic, systemic, right? Like they're beyond savable. Like, they're a wandering corpse, but it doesn't take these small actions of fraud like it does in Pennsylvania. Like, it's baked in. Their corruption is baked into the system, so you can't even get to the table. Whereas in Pennsylvania, like, they're shutting down machines, and they're running out of ballots, and they're stopping people. There's people out there watching the polls telling them, oh, you got to come back tomorrow type of stuff, when they're not officials. So that's like small term corruption, acts of corruption versus systemic corruption.
Indeed.
They did that here today too. They had their last 5 provisional ballots, and they were like hesitant to give them away. And I was like, listen, I'm doing 2 podcasts tonight. I have to vote. And so she was like, okay, let's get the provisionals over here.
You pulled out your podcast badge.
I sure did.
Me, I'm a podcaster.
Yeah. I've got certification.
Did you give her the, do you know who I am?
I did not. It wasn't difficult enough to get them to spell my name correctly when they were typing it in.
I'm StreamYard's gold. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that was pretty funny. But in Illinois, another corrupt place, my mom lives there, and she said that she said to them, "Do you want to see my ID?" And they were like, "Oh no, it's okay." Just give us your address. So I told her, I was like, go back and keep giving addresses of people you know, keep voting. But of course I was joking.
That remains to be wild to me. I know we've had the voter ID conversation, but why aren't people awake to this yet? It's when I wake up in the morning. Again, it's one of those absurdities where I just can't believe that there are states that just they outlaw. Well, California in particular, right?
Right.
Yeah,
it just seems
because it's
common
racist.
knowledge.
It's racist.
Oh, gosh.
Well, there's
Also
two answers. There's two answers to the question, right? You know, the people who want to cheat, right? That's one group of people who are opposed to voter ID, and the other group of people is substantially smaller, and that's the group of people who are actually dumb enough to think that black people can't get IDs.
Right.
It's wild. And those are the people that I interface with the most. No one's going to openly admit it, but that's.
They offer them for free in Missouri, so people don't have an excuse here. But of course, they'll still.
So
use it.
Hitman, sorry, go ahead.
Well, back in the day, they didn't even need ID; they just had to literacy tests.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to go back to that. Literacy tests or IQ tests. I don't know where you guys stand on that, but landowning too. I think.
I'm a fan.
If you pay property taxes or income tax, which might be gone this time around, but property taxes, you should be able to vote.
Agreed.
I mean, the Democrats would never win. They just never win.
That's our voter ID type system.
Right.
So I've just been running the numbers of these results because of the counties within like Indiana and Kentucky here. These are I've just been looking at these two counties here because they are the last time both of Steuben and Allen County here in Indiana went with Donald Trump, and I'm looking at the results here, and if I'm correct that he has probably increased his share of the vote, given the turnout already recorded, and the amount that still 50% to go, he's already hit his with 60% more turnout. He's already hit halfway point compared to last 4 years. So effectively, I mean, I in very poor mathematical terminology here, it looks like he's holding up his vote and maybe even increasing it by 5-10 points.
Because interesting, because I saw earlier that for early voting in Florida, the Republicans are up 1.2 million, which is what their target was. So for the end of the election, which is amazing. So
sorry. Is Hamilton County or Vigo County in yet in Indiana?
Where is Hamilton County?
Sorry, I think Hamilton County is like center.
No, nothing.
So that's a bellwether county in Indiana, as is Vigo County. Those are two bellwether counties in Indiana. I just said the same thing twice. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Where's the other one?
So
where's
Vigo, I think, is down and to the left, so closer to where those two reds are. Probably up a bit.
There we go.
Vigo. So those are the two counties to watch in Indiana, because they are what again are considered bellwether counties.
Nice. Okay.
Let's see if I can find a list for them and send it to you in the private chat.
I'm interested with the whole Iowa one because that one has been entertaining. We should mention that as well because, what was it? A couple days ago, there was that poll which put Kamala Harris, like, what was it? How many points ahead?
13 points. It was absurd.
13 points. I thought it was like 5, and even I thought that was insane.
Yeah, 13 points. On that trajectory, if I put that result through the numbers on a national swing, right? By that trajectory, Kamala Harris would win all her safe states, obviously, all the swing states, plus Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and
so
also
it would be the Reagan map, but blue.
basically, and Alabama would be close. It would be like 48-52. So,
oh god, it'd be like LBJ all over again.
How's Guam doing, AI? Or do you have access to Guam? Has it tipped into the sea yet with all the MAGA hats that have been sent over?
You know, I have been looking at Guam, and it last time I checked, it was what was it, 46-53, which was considerably better than last time for Trump. So, let me just hold on a sec. Let me chuck the other. Let me consult my AI machine algorithm, because I'm not a real person. I'm actually just an AI bot.
Really quick on 270 to win. They have probable Biden winning. So
what?
So it looks like
That's
we got a real
exciting.
We got an upset in the works.
Wow.
And Trump's just decided, you know what, Joe's been so good to me, calling all my supporters garbage and wearing the MAGA hat. I've decided to step aside for him and let him take my electoral votes when I win.
So yeah, my best friend's son just sent me a picture. Now this is his first election voting, so he's very excited. And in this picture, he's got his MAGA hat on. He's got his red and white striped Adidas shoes. He's got a garbage bag that he's wearing, and he's got a big Trump flag behind him that he's holding. So the enthusiasm is high.
Okay, so so that's great. The results for Guam is in, and the results of this. So Kamala Harris has won it with 49.46% of the vote at the current time. Donald Trump has come second with 46% and 46.2% of the vote. So about 1,000 votes in between it. Kamala went with 13,510. Donald Trump 12,624. Donald Trump has increased his share of the vote by 5% compared to last time.
Yeah,
nice.
we're gonna see a lot of that 49.1678385% this tonight. I mean, you guys are. I'm not. I'm gonna be sleeping like a fucking baby.
Oh, I'm staying awake for the whole thing. I don't care how late
I
it
did
goes.
that in 2020, and I'm still recovering from that heartbreak.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, this is a ride and die sort of stream I'm doing here. I'm gonna go on until I collapse at my desk here. So
collapse until Trump wins New Jersey, as you've predicted. So
yeah, so guys, people, panel, people in chat, I put a bold prediction that Trump's gonna flip New Jersey. Now I know it sounds lunacy and ridiculous on the surface, but I have stated that I will do a docs reveal if I fail. So it can't fail, it just physically can't fail.
I will immediately run over to New Jersey and campaign for you then.
Have any of you guys, when you voted, have any of you written in somebody else's name? I'm just curious.
Only in local elections.
Yeah, I mean, you've done that though?
In a local election, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Never at the federal or national election. Never.
I was just curious if many people do that.
I was right in Jeb! Exclamation point.
Were you?
Just for everything.
For everything.
Apparently, another person's made a bet over New Jersey. New Jersey guy insisted he'll run around the neighborhood naked if it flips red. Wouldn't that be funny if it does flip red?
Maybe not for him.
Well, not for him.
Amazing.
Well, if you do it on Fenny, they'll let you right back out. So, go ham, baby boy.
Yeah, nothing's stopping you, mister. Yeah, I was gonna say screenshots or it never happened. It'd be fake and gay, right? I think I did a write-in once for a local in one of my local elections. It was all the candidates were all tossers, and I didn't like them. So, yeah, I did a sort of write-in.
Did you write your own name?
Well, I can't say what I wrote down on it, but
Oh.
yeah, I did a writing. But it didn't really matter because it was quite a safe conservative, ward, district, if you call it. But yeah, I'm just going to see the other races. So, is there anything on the Senate? Anything on the Senate? Indiana.
That'll be another one to watch as we examine the fuckery. I know in 2020, like, didn't Warnock, or how did it go in Georgia in 2020? Like, they voted for conservative senators and a leftist governor.
Oh no, from my understanding, both the senators were up and they both went blue.
But the governor went red. Sorry, guys.
Need to double
Yeah.
check.
I think what happened is they had a runoff after the election. They had like a runoff, and because a lot of the MAGA people were saying, "Hold on, we can't." Because I remember that time well. They were like saying, this was a time where everyone was talking about the fortification, like the shenanigans of fortification, and a lot of like the Republican base were like, "Fuck it, we're not turning out to vote because they're just going to rig it." And that was a lot of people on the ground in Georgia. I remember saying that.
It was Raphael Warnock, who was a Democrat, who was elected to a senator, but they elected a conservative governor. So that has always struck me as strange, and I think they just let whatever her name, Stacey Abrams, lose that so they can gain a senator, because the Senate, the Senate House is more important to them than a governorship.
Now, hold on a sec. Hold on. All right. Now, how can they call this district when no votes have been counted?
Yeah, I was looking at that on the BBC, and they had it at like 100% votes for that guy. I'm like, oh well, that's based. Everybody in the district just voted for him.
WTF? I love voter fortification now.
I love democracy.
Yeah,
I love the Republic.
Yeah. Oh, someone just said it's exit polling. Oh, okay. So, Thomas Massey. Okay, but how come there's no... Oh, was it because these ones would be a bit closer? Wait a minute, what the fuck is this district? Who drew this up? Did someone with, like...
Oh, yeah, that's
mentally retarded draw this up?
Yeah, that's what you call gerrymandering.
I mean, what's this bit as well? This bit isn't even attached to Kentucky. What the fuck is this? Oh my god,
that's
like...
America, man. You better watch your mouth.
This is more fucked up than like the maps that happen on the time lapse on CK2. What the hell is this?
I discovered gerrymandering in real time.
Well, I knew that gerrymandering existed. Like,
somebody get this man a lobbyist. He's outraged. We gotta stop that. Get this man an APAC point person.
I get the gerrymandering, but this bit isn't connected to the fucking state. What?
Hey man, Kentucky's beautiful.
Floating islands.
You're going a little hard on her, okay?
It is beautiful, actually. It's a beautiful state to drive through.
Okay, let me leave Kentucky for a minute. Let's see what's going. Let's see what's going on elsewhere. Is there anything for the governor? Oh, New Hampshire. Let's see what's going on here. Governor. So, from my understanding, this Kelly candidate is a rhino? Is that a thing?
Probably, yeah. Because in New England, a lot of the Republicans are rhinos. For example, there's this senator in Maine called Susan Collins. She's a complete rhino. She keeps being elected all the time.
Yeah, so interesting. Going back to Dixie-Ville County, so they voted. It was 3 voted for Trump, 3 voted for Kamala Harris. It was split. It was a tie. Presumably, 2 who voted for Kamala Harris split ticket down ballot for the Republican candidate. So I guess the Republicans are on course to win New Hampshire's governorship, I guess.
In name only, as previously specified. But see, those disparities are hard to understand, definitely looking at this graph, but that stuff always makes me wonder that they would go 6-1 or 5-1 for a conservative governor and half and half for Harris Trump.
I don't know, maybe they just got like the Republicans of TDS or something. I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe they're not voting for the governor. But it is odd.
Hold on, guys. We have got Hamilton, which is the bellwether state. Okay, guys, the booting computer up. Let's run the numbers. When I say run the numbers, I'm actually just shouting at some Indian boy on the other end of my telephone.
You got your whip ready?
Yes. I don't care, Sajid. You will get your next part of naan bread when I say you get it.
So look at Donald Trump.
Last time
is he down 702 votes from Kamala Harris?
It looks that way. Let me just check the result in 2020 so I can get a better understanding of where, because I think, was it 50 or 65% is in already. Indiana, hold on a sec, everyone.
Fucking Chase Oliver. Oh, this motherfucker. So if the guys who were voting in Hamilton County, Robert Kennedy and Chase Oliver, both voted for Trump, that would put him at 56,037, which is above what Kamala's at right now. So we're going to lose this bellwether county, presumably, as the way it looks now, because of gay guys who are libertarian and people who are too dumb to realize that Robert Kennedy is in Trump's cabinet.
I mean, sub 1% of the vote in is a rough time to be calling how it's going to turn out.
In Hamilton? This is 65% of the expected vote. I'm just saying in this bellwether county.
Oh, that county. Gotcha.
Okay, so I would say last time in that county, Trump won it by 52.2%. Biden won it by 45.4%, and then the third parties got about 4,600 votes, so they got 2.3%. So we'll keep an eye on Hamilton
and
county.
Vigo.
Is Vigo in? No, that's Sullivan. If Trump goes, I would say if Trump fails to get over 52% here, it probably, anything less than that won't be very good. Let's put it that. I wouldn't have thought would be good, but it don't know. Wouldn't be a good sign.
So just to confirm, so is that where Indianapolis is?
There you go. Just moved to 57-41 in favor of Trump. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Indiana as a whole. That was the problem there. My fault.
Okay.
Or it did for me.
They're already starting to steal, guys. They've got it localized on Don's computer.
Exactly. But apparently we're stealing for Trump. All right.
I'm okay.
That's
I'm okay
okay
with that. I'm channeling my inner leftist now.
Go for it.
Okay, so we got
democracy.
Franklin County in Kentucky, 39.8% in already. Kamala Harris is on 52. Trump is on 46, and others is on 1.2. We were the others. Ugh. There are people still voting Robert Kennedy. Fuck's sake.
I know.
Yeah, watch that as you go, and make sure to comment, much to the chagrin of your audience, how many votes that hole is sucking down.
Mm-hmm.
Although Nicole Shanahan is quite a dish.
Well, right now he's almost to 0.75% of the vote. So,
Well, it's very frightening.
like nationwide, not.
I know. I'm terrified.
New Hampshire. Okay. I was going to say, check the gov. Have they called Indiana? Hold on a sec.
They shouldn't have.
No, they won't call it before the polls close at 9 p.m., I believe. I think Indiana, half of it is in Central Time, and the other half is Ohio. I'm not really sure. Or, excuse me, Eastern Time.
Senate. Okay, so in the Senate race, the Republican candidate, Jim Banks, is doing quite well. Probably, by the looks of it, better than Trump is in Hamilton.
It's almost inverted what the presidential vote is. Oh, we're doing that again.
Well, what is interesting is I look back AI, and in 2016, Trump actually won it by 56%, Hamilton County. So it did go down a bit when you got to 2020. That was largely because of the increased turnout. So,
right. I was going to say, has there been any significant demographic changes in that area?
That's an important question, actually.
Because that's the only reason I ask is I look at a lot of these other counties, and it seems Trump is, going up by 5-6% compared to last time. On average, this one seems to be the one where it's close. He could overtake Kamala Harris.
Well, the demographics of Hamilton County, according to Wikipedia as of 2020, are 79.2% white. So it's a very white county. So,
well, the question about demographic changes would have happened in the last 2.5 years, give or take.
Well, all I can see is the population of the county increased by a quarter between 2010 and 2020. So there's been an increase. So whether that's minorities coming in.
So what you're looking at there is sounds like official census data, which will not count it. All of the discussion of the CBP One app and flying people at the border / all the way down to the tip of South America into specifically what are they called? Swing states and bellwether counties. All of that is going to be way outside of census data until 2030 or whatever.
So as of August 23, 2022, there are nearly 28,000 refugees that live in the
That's what I was wondering about. Yeah.
Indiana area. It's not saying when they came, though.
I have checked, and in terms of the demographics, so Hamilton was 88.5% white in 2010, and so that's declined to 79.2% in 2020. So it's going in the wrong direction, sadly.
Yeah, I'm looking at Allen County as well. Last time Trump won it with 92,000, so that's 54% of the vote. Biden won it with Biden came second with 43. Currently, it's 51-47 on 43% of the vote. So that doesn't look very good either.
But it's only 43% AI, so the night is still young.
I guess it depends. Would like the more urban areas come in first, and then it's all be the within these.
God, who knows?
Probably not. What was it? 94% was the magic number where they just stopped all the urban areas in the country. So, or was it 92? I forget. It's been 4 years.
I need a county where it's like 99%, so I can get a good reading.
Oh, you're going to be, I don't know, an hour or two off that.
Okay. Well, shucks.
Do you think it's too early to open my little tiny celebratory bottle of champagne?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
I think I'm going to do it anyway. I'll be right back.
Drink it slowly over the next 2 weeks.
Right. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, so this is crazy. What the hell?
Jeb?
Rush?
Yeah, right. Robert Kennedy?
What? I'm sorry, this can't be right. This has to be a mistake. This has to be a Google mistake.
Oh, well, that's the Dominion voting machines for you.
Fuck's sake.
No, it's not cheating. They weren't for Kamala. They just went to Robert Kennedy.
You know, the Kennedy family, they're up to their old tricks again. They're pulling the 1960 election technique. Oh, fuck's sake. I am guessing this is like a Google mistake. This is like a Google mistake because I had Trump on 1.1% of the vote. Let me refresh.
I don't know. It's just like a load of retards in that county or something. Maybe there's some evil Democrat minion there, just like no, you vote for Kennedy. He's Trump's friend. It's okay.
He gets those votes too.
Maybe all the boomers in Indiana moved to Rush County, and they sort of were so enamored by their nostalgia from the 1960s that it was like, yeah, Kennedy, one last hurrah. Oh dear.
She's really digging for that champagne bottle.
Yeah. Right? Well, on Come Projectio, everyone, I guess Kennedy could win it.
That's gonna be the new meme. Instead of Jeb, it's gonna be just RFK, the whole map purple.
So did he recant his desire to put climate change deniers in prison, or is that still a back pocket policy?
Or did RFK say that?
Yeah, he did. You can look it up. He's on video saying that as early as 2015.
Oh, that's kind of based. Not gonna lie.
Perhaps it's the worms in his brain doing that. I don't know.
Oh, and other news. Apparently, there is a whale that has been a dolphin carcass washed up on the shores of New Jersey has been carved up and harvested, and it's just like a bare carcass now. And as you
by immigrants.
Well, everyone seems to think it's RFK who might have might be the suspects.
Okay, I don't know. To me, it's just an omen that Trump will flip New Jersey.
Yeah,
because of the movie Flipper.
There it is.
That's pretty sick. You're a sick fuck, Hitman.
I don't even know what that film is.
So that county is like half the votes that RFK has in the country.
Wait a minute, hold on. They're actually counting on the. This is the AP as well.
Get your act together, AP. Come on now.
Guys, I don't think this is an error. I think this is part of the system. This is not an error. It's not a bug. This is meant to work like this.
What are the odds that it's the county where a shitlord Discord server is based, and they just decide to go and have a lark? That is so odd to me.
We're just going to go to this one county and vote for RFK.
Yeah. Let's go to White. That sounds like a good place to go to. Let's go to White County.
I like it already.
Yeah. I just imagine White County like the Shire, like Hobbiton.
Mm-hmm.
White president. Yeah, I agree, AP. I agree. So Trump, 67%. Kamala Harris on 30. Kamala Harris cannot win this county. I refuse. I don't care if the Trump loses the whole election. I can't manage. I can't cope with her winning that county.
There's some odd strategy there, AI. She can't win that one county, but the rest of the map is fine.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in a Dr. Pepper commercial.
Right?
Can you hear that? The bubbles?
Yeah, it's nice.
Oh, sorry.
It sounds really good.
It's
like
champagne. I'm sorry.
Take that, you guys. Dip your
That's right.
dead dolphin carcasses in it, and let's win one for Peanut.
All right, let's do okay, because let's see if the Young Turks are up. Let's see if they're about, because they're always good for a laugh. I like Cenk when he goes off.
Is anybody super attracted to Anna Kasparian?
Oh God, Chris Gard is.
Oh yeah. Well, I think she's awesome. I mean, obviously she's a shitlib, but she's cute.
Maybe after a couple of bottles of Jack Daniels, I'm a heavy drinker as well. So
Dead. Yeah. Okay.
Big, the party gallon bottles.
The handle.
Chris Gard doesn't need any alcohol to fall for her. So
I'm a light drinker, you guys, so I don't know what I'm going to be like after this first glass of
after the
champagne.
Effervescent vapor.
Might be really exciting. I don't know.
Oh.
She's comfortable. She's happy. And
can you hear that, everyone?
When your financial stability, your comfort is secured, honestly, politics just becomes a sporting event, right? And you just want your team to win. And the thing that's so frustrating to me is, look, I don't know what Whoopi Goldberg is aware of and what she's unaware of, right? I don't remember her commenting on politics back during the Bush era. So maybe she's totally unaware that Bush suspended habeas corpus for anyone who was simply suspected of being an enemy combatant, which, by the way, prevented individuals from legally challenging their detention. That's what that did. It was so egregious that the Supreme Court overturned the suspension of habeas corpus. This is unconstitutional 2 years later.
And what are we talking about? Liz Cheney's a neocon. She was 100% in favor of the Iraq war. She has the same exact policies as Dick Cheney, her father.
In favor of torture, till this day refuses to say it was the wrong thing to do.
In favor of warrantless wiretapping, in favor of giant corporate tax cuts, both under Bush and Donald Trump. So wait, the person in favor of torture has an incredible moral core? And that's the other thing. So look, this is what we're afraid of. Donald Trump's a monster. I don't want that guy anywhere near power again. I'm afraid that he won't leave. So we've got to vote for Kamala Harris. But now the establishment knows that. So the establishment is like, oh, great. Let's bring in all the worst Republicans on earth and put them inside the Democratic Party and then make them attorney general. That's one of the 4 most important posts in the entire government. And giving it to a Cheney, the Democrats, you must be out of your mind, Whoopi Goldberg.
I have to tell you, one of the funniest tweets that I've read was from a guy who's like, oh my God, George W. Bush refuses to endorse Kamala Harris. We see you for who you really are now. No. He did Kamala a favor, okay? George W. Bush, not popular. Let me just give you the numbers real quick and then we got to wrap up. In a December 2008 Pew.
Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna mute that a sec because
that's hilarious.
That was interesting. Yeah.
So I mean, AP just called Indiana and Kentucky.
Did they really?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
No.
So were your ballots? Did you guys? Was it electronic? Because ours were
Vermont?
paper.
I got the ahead of time, so it was all paper.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
So every panel we are joined by Connor, aka Plotlines. How are you, Connor?
Good. The TYT is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny that how awkward they're sort of like Schenk and Anna have been over the neocons, like Bush, Cheney, sort of joining, panning up with them.
AP has Vermont called with 0.0% of the vote in.
Yeah, it's the same on the BBC as well. Vermont, like 0 votes and that. Okay.
Wow.
How you feeling, Connor? Are you optimistic for tonight?
Yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. I think Pennsylvania is really where we need to look to see what's going to happen.
I concur with your conclusion, sir. That's what I was saying earlier on there. Is this sort of all comes down to Pennsylvania, as sucky as that is.
Oh, we've actually got, while we've been watching the Young Turds, we've actually had a few results in from Florida, everyone. So let's bring up the Florida map. I'll leave TYT running in the background there. A sec. See, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the meltdown. So here we go. Citrus County, 72.6. Trump's on 70%.
Broward.
Yeah, Miami-Dade is worth watching because that one normally votes blue, but polling has showed that Trump might actually win it.
Okay, and Charlotte, 64. So let me just, because these numbers are better than the other numbers, like in Indiana, and let's see how those compared to last time.
Sorry.
Bless
these
you,
numbers.
Or whatever.
Sorry.
Oh, nice. Okay. So Trump is outperforming. So last time he won that county, Charlotte County, that I've got here, with 62% of the vote. Biden won it with 36. Currently, it's at 83.1%, and Trump has already exceeded that. But so that's quite good in comparison. Let's look at this one.
Lord Charles Thomas, there could never be too many Americans. That's a fact.
Is there people complaining about the number of Americans on this?
Yeah,
you're
overrepresented by colonists.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, people in chat. This is like the American election.
Yeah,
I do apologize if this is a bit like, heaven forbid.
We need more Mauritanians in here to really show who we are as a country.
Indeed.
I'll get Oinker on here. I'll get some Brazilian takes on this as well.
What's better, colonists or the French?
Well,
all I say is, if you ever cover an Indian election, I don't think people will be demanding that you get Pajit representation now, will you? So,
sorry, I just need to issue a statement. It wasn't Lord Charles Thomas that said it was Albion in exile.
Oh, I'm not. Albion in exile. Well-known troublemaker on this channel. Yes.
He's got a lot to say.
No, it's okay. We need more Anglos too. Sorry, Albion Exile. This is the wrong stream for that.
Indiana was called.
Indiana was called. Yeah, that one's for Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Georgia. We got some results in from Georgia, Twiggs County. There's nothing much going on in Georgia at the moment, so.
I'm anxious to see what Michigan does. That's where I grew up. I'm hoping maybe they'll wise up a bit.
Can you say where in Michigan? Like what region?
Grand Rapids, yeah.
Okay.
Grand Rapids.
Yeah, that's cool.
Grand Rapids usually goes pretty Republican, actually.
See, right up there, he was just on it. I used to go to the Upper Peninsula to do snowboarding, and it was.
Oh, really?
It's like a different world.
Oh, yeah, awesome. It is. Yeah. I miss Michigan, actually.
You miss what it was. Well, it probably still is.
I'll tell you, Grand Rapids is a great place now. I mean, it's so much cooler than when I lived there. I mean, we never went downtown, and now it's like this really thriving metropolis. It's pretty cool. It's a happening place.
That's rad.
Yeah. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. Kentucky is cool. See, I just don't understand how you can call
because they counted votes past the margin or past the percentage that even if all the next coming votes would be blue.
Okay, yeah. Sorry,
and also remember Indiana and Kentucky.
Question remains about Vermont with 0 votes counted though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been cool.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. 0 votes, but call.
0 reporting.
Call.
My favorite one was the BBC called New Hampshire for Harris, even though it's like still free for each. So it's like, okay, how does that work?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm Robert Kennedy did not win. It will not win Rush County.
What?
But that was the county that had listed. Wait, or was that the county underneath it that had 2,000 or 2,900? Which county had 2,900 Robert Kennedy votes? Do you recall?
This is Rush County. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I think obviously he that wasn't an accurate reporting.
Okay.
Boone County next is 90% in. Let's compare it to last time, everyone. See what's.
Oh man, in the world of small weirdness, I noticed that the state calls no longer have vote totals. If you go over to AP, one state has a percentage in the actual call. But everybody else is Vermont went to Harris. 0 votes counted. We have no idea how much she won by, but she totally won.
So, just to point out, everyone, Trump does seem to be underperforming a bit in Indiana. It's not enough for him to lose.
Well, how much did he win in Indiana last time?
57%.
He's at 61% right now.
We want to blow up, man. We were hoping for 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was looking at Boone. Sorry, I should clarify. I was looking at Boone County here. So that's 90%. Trump's currently on 54. He won it with 57% last time. So either it could be exactly the same. That could happen. He could be down like maybe 1 or 2 percentage points, but I don't know. It is odd. It seems to be down a bit there.
And also, I don't know why they've got Florida tagged as a swing state here.
Yeah, I was noticing that too.
And also on the BBC, they've tagged Minnesota as a swing state as well. I've noticed.
Minnesota has become a swing state.
Last year, or last election, it was red, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't?
It hasn't been
the
red
one before. It was the one, before. Wasn't it with Trump?
Minnesota hasn't been red since, Nixon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought I remembered it going red not too long ago.
It was the only blue state in the
Midwest.
1984 when Reagan had the clean sweep. Only Minnesota, but Walter Mondale was.
Mondale's home state was Minnesota.
Yeah.
So hey, in the chat, JD is a new gold standard. Asked if there was a state that's ever been called prematurely only to have it retracted and swung the other way. Didn't that happen in 2000 with Bush?
Yeah, they did call it for Gore, yeah, but then after the recount, they called it for Bush.
Yeah,
that's also a little different because there was legal challenges.
That's
it
true.
It wasn't decided for like a month or something.
Well, they called it that night though.
I think they called it
as Bush, because I stayed up that whole night and watched that. Yeah,
I wouldn't remember.
Yeah,
that
was my first election. I think voting.
I wouldn't remember. I was one.
You were a baby.
Oh man,
I know. Get out of here. Not really. I don't mean that. But...
So these are the swing states AP have listed this time. So yeah, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, which is now Nevada. Do we think? I think Nevada could flip if there is a sizable. If there is like let's say like there's a Trump increases his share of the vote nationally, like a 5-point swing, that would probably be enough for Nevada and Arizona.
Well, Nevada, Trump's in the polls in the aggregate. He's in front. He's leading into this election. So, and that was the first time he wasn't. Or I guess he was leading once in 2016 as well. At this time, about this, almost the same percentage.
We got a result in from Virginia Beach, 0.4, Donald Trump.
Well, they've actually started counting votes in Vermont now, so yeah, it's not just zero now.
I could see Virginia. Of the possible switches, I could see Nevada, Virginia, New Hampshire, and Minnesota.
Yeah, on my prediction, I think he could win Maine as well, though that is a bit of an outlier, and I don't think he'll win that congressional district that normally goes blue.
I'm really interested to see what happens in New Hampshire because with sort of the Ron Paul endorsement, there's a substantial amount of libertarians living in New Hampshire.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, there's
the Free State of New Hampshire thing's been a thing for a long time.
Yeah, the Free State Project is all about getting libertarians into New Hampshire to make it sort of the ultimate libertarian state. And New Hampshire started getting votes in as well.
I'm just trying to have a look at just compare this one. But it won't let me because fucking Vermont does not have good access to previous election data for some reason.
More votes have come in for New Hampshire. It's massively breaking for Harris at the moment.
Yeah. But where? I'm trying to find where in the...
New Hampshire?
No, sorry. What I mean is which town or which area.
Well, I'm just trying to check that. One moment.
I haven't got anything apart from like the 3 votes. The 6 people who voted.
Well,
so because
we have, yeah.
So according to the BBC, there's a couple of thousand votes, but they're not really showing what counties. So it's probably not updated yet.
Yeah, 1,739 for Harris, 809 for Trump in New Hampshire. Virginia is looking good, but it probably won't stay that way.
Well, no, they're last I looked, they had only counted Virginia Beach, and that's the military.
As well as Tazewell County.
Prince George County.
And Hanover County. Prince William County. Yeah, so they have more than just Virginia Beach. And Virginia Beach is only 630, like 1,100 votes that they've counted.
Oh yeah, so the reason New Hampshire's massively broken for Harris is because only one county's been declared, other than Dixville. Keene, 68.3% for Harris, 31.7% for Trump.
Trump is doing better than the Republican in Virginia, the Senate candidate in one of the counties.
Yeah. I would say Trump is doing quite well in Prince George County. I mean, it's 45% in. He won it with 57% last time, and he's on 56. We'll keep an eye on that one as more of the votes come in, but we'll keep an eye on that one, see if that changes.
Don't you love that we have a Prince George County?
Yeah.
Funny.
Let's check in on Florida. Miami-Dade. Let's have a look at that one.
Republicans are winning.
Nice.
That's big. I mean, but Florida really should not be a close call by any stretch of the imagination. DeSantis has changed that so much.
Broward, we all knew. We were expecting that.
Yeah. Monroe used to be that was a Democrat county, wasn't it, back in the day?
I never go down that far. I never even
I should say
in Miami.
I believe during the whole 2000 when you had the whole issue with the result in Florida, I believe it was like Monroe was also embroiled in that.
It seems like only blue counties or locations are being called, or not called, or being reporting in from New Hampshire so far.
Okay.
Because I looked at Associated Press and they've counted some red ones for Trump, so it's all over the place.
Let's have a look. This is a nice one. Epsom. Love my horse racing. Okay. Yes, none of the Americans will get that. Okay.
Can confirm.
Yes.
True enough.
We failed as colonial overlords.
Yes. And you and I have been going over why.
Yeah. On the topic of Manhattan,
did the Americans buy that from the British buy that from the Dutch?
Not buy it. They showed up with gunboats, and were like, surrender, and they were like, okay, fine.
It was complex, and that was basically a trade. That we'll give you New Amsterdam if you give us Suriname, and it's a sugar colony. The Dutch. There was a pretty good deal for the Dutch, actually.
Yeah, no, Suriname has worked out really well for them, and I'm happy.
Well, they did show up with ships, though. That was a thing.
I'm looking at the previous results here of Merrimack County, which is basically what includes Epsom and Belmont. On these two results here, Trump is doing very well. He is doing very well. Like 99% here, he is doing very well. Biden won it with 53% of the vote.
Hillary only won it with like half a point in 2016. So
yeah, it was half a point, but Biden won this county or this region because they do it in townships. It's very annoying to look for results. I haven't got the time or the effort to be looking through individual township results, but just looking at these two here, Trump is definitely up by quite a bit. So that's one.
Hey guys, I'm gonna duck out for just a little bit here and go check in with Tim's show, and I'll come back though if that's all right.
Okay.
Is that all
No
right?
worries. That's
Okay.
all right, Aubrey. I'll see
Okay.
you. I'll see you a bit
All
later
right.
on.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
See you later.
See you later.
Decision desk just called South Carolina.
Yeah,
No
that
way.
was on 270 as well.
I mean, that's not surprising.
Have they called?
No.
Have they called South Carolina for Trump?
Yeah, but they also have New Hampshire 60-40 in favor of Harris, basically.
So AP is saying that the race has not been called yet in New Hampshire, unless I need to update, refresh.
Georgia's, we got stuff from Georgia. It's close so far, but I don't know which county or which place it's coming from because I can't. It's not showing up.
Union County. That's 85% in.
Oh, now it is showing that. Oh, it was looking at. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's why. I'm looking at the wrong setup for that type of thing. Okay.
Connor, get your shit together, mister.
Well, I'm on Reuters, and Reuters gives me so many options. I can see strength of lead, vote count status. It's like all over the place.
So, Union County, Trump won that with 81% of the vote last time. He's currently on 80.5, so that's about the same. We'll see what happens when he gets to 90%, if it goes up or down.
Norfolk City just came in and is blowing Trump out of the water at the moment there.
Is that in Georgia?
Or Virginia.
Virginia, let's have a look.
Georgia's also not looking great at the moment either.
I don't expect to win Virginia. There are people from there that think it's in play, but I think it'll be a squeaker, just like Georgia. I think Georgia.
Do you know if they're from northern or southern? Virginia.
Northern.
Really?
I don't expect to win. I just think it's possible.
I think Harris is going to win.
Overall or Virginia?
No, I think overall.
Virginia. No, you don't think that.
Really?
No blackpilling. No blackpilling.
It's over.
You're spitting on Peanut's grave a little too soon, my limey friend.
Be hopeful for Peanut.
Okay. I'll for Peanut. Okay, yeah. Remain hopeful.
There's no blackpilling.
I don't think anyone wants to see Carl Benjamin crying at the end of the night.
I mean,
well, you know, like on Saturday.
What?
Next week, Saturday next week.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
no, but I just mean, well, if it's not as close, and it gets called for Harris tonight, I think we'll probably have results tonight.
Yeah, I think we might. I think we'll probably know tonight, roughly. So let's get back to the Young Turks, shall we? See what they've got to say. No.
I can't believe we're watching the Young Turks.
Well, if they have a meltdown, that's usually a good sign. That's the way I see it.
Well, yeah, no, I mean it makes sense, but yeah,
nonsense. So all they're trying to do is get the polling average to show Trump as the winner, so they can cry later. It's absurd. It's so silly. Real Clear Politics shouldn't have that in there. It's total nonsense. And if I see an outlier on the Democratic side, I would do the same. But they're
so when NPR published one that said Harris was up by 4 points nationwide, you were screaming about it, right?
Yeah, yeah, basically.
Virginia's still close.
Saying that Republicans are going to win in a lot of elections.
So
it makes no sense, right? So those guys, I'm a little worried about how much they played with their assumptions about the electorate. So I've got it exactly where Silver and Luntz have it, at a dead even tie. And it doesn't mean that it's going to be a tie, guys. For those of you who are,
I mean, if the popular vote is a tie, that would be good for the
Trump
Republicans. That would be a Trump win.
Yeah, so that's basically impossible. The heavy population states all favor Harris marginally because of cheating, but what are you going to do?
Yeah. I mean, we will check in on the California result. I mean, why bother? But I'll check in on
right.
it.
That's going to be a while from now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're still counting votes in like January. We're not quite done yet.
Well, so California will be important for the House, though.
Only kinda. I mean, they only kick out a handful of Republicans anyhow.
Yeah, but if Trump can, so I mean, Harris was not a popular attorney general, and she barely won, or she made races a lot closer than they would have been if somebody else was the candidate in California, and they would know her better than anybody else. So I could see places like Orange County potentially flipping because they were red at one time.
Well, they were red for a long time.
No, I know. I said at one time, and that was the long time. The long time was the one time. They only recently flipped.
Let's have a look at other races. Let's have a look at Senate races. Well, Bernie Sanders has won Vermont.
Shocking.
Yeah.
He's won Vermont, so that's
Speaking of great men, there's a Republican congressman called Salazar who's won in Florida.
Oh, cool. Cool. I don't care about his politics. That name alone, I got good vibes.
Indeed.
We're so back.
Wasn't Salazar Portuguese?
Yeah, the Prime Minister of Portugal, yeah.
Yeah. Which is kind of funny. We don't see a lot of Portuguese.
It so pisses me off that the Portuguese military sided with him, sided with like the leftists and the communists and that. I mean, that's like the biggest betrayal ever in history.
This is now what the stream is going to become.
Yeah. And they gave up that African empire. I mean, they were winning as well in the fighting Marxists in Africa. Goodness
Very
me.
Kino. Best friends with Rhodesia.
Yeah.
But didn't they also I don't know, make everybody Portuguese citizens or something like that?
Yeah, they did do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. You find, Connor, that the Spanish and the Portuguese, they have a certain habit of integrating, not just on a social level, but also in the bedroom with the native populations.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I have that tendency.
Yeah.
That's why you get South America and Central America.
Yeah. Bloody perverts. Anyway.
Well, that's meds for you.
Yeah. I'm still sharing Young Turks. Oh dear. Let's stop that a minute.
Dude, Anna's not looking good with that old hag makeup and hair combination. I just got to say, that is not working for her.
No, she's showing her age a bit, isn't she?
Yeah, and it's normally all right, but you don't dive right into the geriatric wine aunt. You ease into it.
I don't know, man. It's been a hard couple of years for her.
That's true. I guess I can't hold her against it. She hasn't interviewed me.
Now, has there been any flips? Has there been any flips, guys?
Virginia keeps going back and forth.
Yeah, it's only low numbers of votes counted, so it'll be a while before we find out what that's going to be.
I have any real idea.
Yeah, well under 10%, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I remember 4 years ago we were watching. I was going, like, as I mentioned earlier, I was going between like Don's stream and Carl's stream and all these other streams. It was like, oh yeah, Virginia's flipping back and forth, and it was like, oh, it looks like it could be in play, and then no, it wasn't, and then oh, actually, Michigan's no longer in play, and Pennsylvania's no longer playing, Georgia's no longer in. Yeah, So that's what we're looking out for. I might.
West Virginia called also 0 votes. To be fair, that one's probably pretty clear.
Yeah.
Well, what does it say? Let's see with the Senate though, because that's an actual race.
Oh, Jim Justice.
They called that also as a flip. No votes counted, and they've already said that it's a flip. That's hilarious.
And they've called the governor race. It's the state senate. Oh, okay. We got the state senate as well. Again, no votes. I'm not gonna lie. This is very African style politics right here. I mean, don't worry. I like it, but
North Carolina started to report.
Did it? There must be one vote in one of these counties.
Maybe they're just basing it off of exit polls.
Yeah, it could be.
That would be insanity. That's a horrible idea.
In some states, it's probably not that crazy, like Alabama or Mississippi.
Yeah. Bearing in mind, I've been seeing a lot of Democrat accounts like Flood, Twitter, and others who have been, and no joke, I mentioned earlier they were predicting Texas going blue. There was even one that said Oklahoma would go blue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the last state that bloody flips, as far as I understand.
Yeah, I mean that is like the last state, so that's that's like the peak level of delusion. I have a sneaky conspiracy theory about those accounts, though. I actually think those might be like Republicans LARPing as Democrats just to like demoralize the Democrat base in those states, and like, oh, don't worry about going out and voting. We got it covered, guys.
Look, the 9 Democrats in Oklahoma do not matter if they go vote or not. All right.
Oh, by the way, Trump is currently in Florida. He's 54 to 45.2, which is nearly a 9-point lead, which is nearly doubled his 2020 lead.
And 60% report. Oh man, and the Panhandle hasn't come in yet. That's so for anybody who doesn't know, the Panhandle up there is almost always securely, incredibly, not like a little bit, like
it's basically like the second Alabama, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, also like Miami-Dade, he's winning by like 10 points.
Oh man.
Yeah, the Panhandle hasn't come in at all. Okay, so they can't really justify calling Florida a swing state at this point.
No, it stopped being a swing state. I mean, it's as swing as Texas is, I think.
Oh man, Texas is only a swing state on the internet. All right.
No, I know. That's why. That's why I said it's as much of a swing state as Texas.
I figured, but for clarity's sake, because we are on the internet, I know. Oh my God, Texas gonna go blue anytime now. Like, all right, fine. Whatever you say.
Yeah.
The big cities are reporting in North Carolina right now, so not much outside of that.
Imagine if Adam Curtis was covering the election. The Democrats believed that they could turn the state of Texas blue, but this was a fantasy.
This was a fantasy. Instead, at the RAND Institute, they were formulating policies that would keep Texas red for decades to come.
We're getting Ohio is coming in.
Is it now?
Give me the results. Okay, we got one result here. Okay.
Trump's up 61% in Ohio at the moment.
Where are you pulling an Ohio result from?
Yeah, where are you putting?
What?
Connor, you can
post
you can. Sorry, Connor, you can.
Meme.
What's that? Sorry.
No, I was gonna say the Dr. Manhattan meme. He's pulling it from "I Made It Up."
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I made it the fuck up.
Hey,
where are you finding that, Connor?
Reuters.
Ohio numbers. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, so the AP are a bit behind.
Yeah.
Darn. Well, it's because I'm on Bing. That's my one problem then to start with.
It's just Warren.
I've got
County.
the actual AP up, and they're not much faster than Bing is. So, and their interface sucks.
It's just like Warren
Holy
County that's coming in, and some maybe one other place. What?
It's North Carolina. That looks
swing.
quite. Yeah, I know that's a swing, but that looks quite.
Well,
good
it's only
for
1% of
Kamala
the. It's only 1% of the vote. I'm sure that it'll catch up.
I was going to say.
Virginia's not looking good either at the moment.
Let's have a look at Virginia.
Oh, that's.
Let's have a look at Fairfax, because that's where most of them come in. 68. Let's have a look at Fairfax last time, everyone.
According to the BBC, it's 55% of the vote for Trump, 43% for Harris. So let's just hope that stays like that the rest of the night.
I was going to say, wait till California comes in.
Yeah, right.
Just wait. So, well, it's hard to tell with Fairfax. Actually, Arlington. Okay.
Yeah, it's right next to Washington, so that's probably why it's so blue.
Oh yeah, Washington so blue. Yeah, I'm told that these Fairfax County, Prince William, all this bit around here is the reason why Virginia is blue. Pretty much.
The rot from Washington crept in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Big time.
That's quite literally what it is.
Tragic.
The subversion of the Old Dominion.
Yeah. Property tax exemption for veterans and surviving spouses, for and against. Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, we got Ohio. Let's have a look. Got Warren County and Stark County. I might just focus on the swing states from now on, because let's be honest, that's what counts.
Yeah, North Carolina is the only one that's really swing that's kind of getting results at the minute.
And scary.
Scary results, is it?
Well, let's be real. It's probably all the joggers who votes are coming in first.
I mean, it is like, what was it, 4%, 2%? I mean, we can't really.
What's interesting is like Harris's campaign was polling all her ads from North Carolina. Like she had her campaign gave up on it. So it'd be really weird if it was actually in play.
No, true. Nothing much happening with New Hampshire. That hasn't been called yet. Yeah, Vermont's been called. I am surprised they haven't called Florida yet. I think they could call it.
Yeah, I agree.
They're probably just waiting for the panhandle.
But with Miami-Dade and Monroe, it's like, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean they're just probably being safe.
Yeah, and Nassau and Clay.
I mean, Trump is creeping ever closer to 10 points, which is very nice.
Yeah. Let's see. Again, a lot of Democrats were saying, "Oh, we're going to flip South Carolina as well." Don't see it happening.
No, that's not going to happen.
So, in relation to Florida, after 2000, they changed the way that they count votes, and they come in in like an hour or two, basically every year since then. And they get huge percentages of the votes count in what are they at? 2 hours since the polls closed, and that's what they've got counted already.
That's pretty amazing considering how many people live there. So
yeah, 8.5 million votes counted in the past 3 hours, or 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, and then you've got like one county in Arizona 3 weeks later.
Right.
West Virginia has officially been called by AP for Donald Trump. Again, not surprising.
Right.
Trump's on 55% in Ohio. That is not classed as swing state, though. Ohio, it's considered safe.
It's like Florida. It used to be, but it's now basically a red state. So
yeah, it used to dictate who would usually win. If you won Ohio for the longest time, you won the election.
Well, it's still out of all the states, the one that's closest to the bellwether. It's the one that's voted for the winning candidate the most time. So it's only got obviously 2020 and 1960 are wrong, from what I recall. And they're both elections, and there's a reason for that.
Well then.
I'm just looking at look what I found, guys. I found Fulton County.
One of the guys in the chat says Florida's Panhandle still voting, so that's why.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. I was going to say now, of course, last time all the shenanigans in Georgia around this area here, everyone. So this was it Cobb, Douglas, Fulton, this sort of particularly Fulton County. I remember that. What was it? It was a burst water main in the counting hall or something like that.
Yeah.
Everyone had to go.
So it was a roll of toilet paper and a urinal. But yes, it was called as a burst water main.
Everyone had to evacuate the building immediately for potential loss of life. So, yeah. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that one. I will say he's doing quite well in Georgia. He's pulling ahead so far. Last time I checked, it was 56. He's gone up to 62, so he's pulling ahead.
Yeah.
He's pulling ahead in Florida.
Oh, by the way, AI, Trump's pulled ahead in Hamilton in Indiana.
Oh, let me go back to Hamilton.
It's close, but yeah, pulled in.
Okay, cool. So we are back on track. Adams County as well. We'll check that.
You know what's important is that Hamilton is 699 votes apart, and Robert Kennedy has 842 votes.
Yeah,
that's what's relevant here.
Who's this Chase Oliver? Is that the Libertarian candidate?
Yeah, he's the Libertarian.
Yeah,
he's a
Like
Gaylord.
Where were we looking at? Oh, Georgia.
Indiana. I was looking at the Indiana. Is he the one that's screaming about having an identification papers for toasters, or is that someone completely different?
I doubt that part. He's more about the the drag stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay.
He's with it.
He's an ally.
Yes.
He definitely is.
In Georgia, Gwinnett County is the bellwether county. DeKalb as well.
Sorry, which one is the bellwether county?
Gwinnett and DeKalb. Gwinnett's like center up on the narrowing of the shaft. You're close. There's DeKalb.
Oh, I got it here.
Neither reporting.
No.
Figures.
Damn it! Why aren't these bellwethers reporting it? This is most irregular.
This is democracy, man. What are you saying? That's how it works. This is always how we've done it.
We always use computers to decide our elections.
Chocolate rations are up to 4 grams this week.
Yeah.
Well,
Trump
good
just
news.
exceeded the 10-point lead in Florida.
They called Indiana.
They have officially called Indiana. Donald Trump. Okay. That's okay. Again, Indiana was one of the states that was also going to be gained in this by in Kamala Harris's blue wave, which
well,
sure.
In fairness,
Why not?
Obama did win it in 2008, but yeah, she's that's a bit of a fantasy. She's not Obama.
I still have 9.6 points for Florida.
Oh, really?
I'm checking in on New Jersey regularly.
So I think Harris just got a load of votes then, because it's 99.8 for me now. Okay.
Which one did you say? What was that?
9.8 for Florida for me. So I think Harris might have had some votes come in, maybe.
No, it's still 9.6 for me.
So 76.3% of the vote has been called in Florida. Trump's on 54.5. Harris is on 44.7.
Yeah, when the panhandle comes in, it will probably push him into the double digits. So,
all right, so we're looking. Yeah, Liberty's gone up a bit since last time, and Trump's absolutely killing it there.
86% of the vote, Christ.
Ohio flipped over to Harris temporarily, just because one county came in.
Yeah, Mahoning County's coming. Yeah.
That's near Pittsburgh, I think.
Yeah. One of those. This is the thing is, we have it in the UK as well. When you watch the UK election, it's always the urban London seats, maybe northern seats where Labour have these super majorities, mainly due to like ethnic vote blocking, block voting, I should say. And so you're like, oh, Labour hold, Labour hold, Labour win, Labour hold, and it will just go on until about an hour or two, and then you'll have like, oh yeah, the Conservatives win here, and that tends to be how it works.
Yeah, but this time it was like Labour flip, Labour flip, Labour flip.
Labour flip, yeah, Labour flip. Reform flip. Labour flip.
Did you hear Biden's not going to be at the election night party for Harris?
I am shocked.
Yeah, he's going to be at the Donald Trump party.
If he shows up
wearing that MAGA hat that he stole from that dude,
if he shows up, that'd be hilarious.
He'll be in bed.
Yeah, that's where he'll actually be.
He'll be asleep. Yeah.
Speaking of, that's what I'm going to do. Thank you so much, AI, for having me on your stream. As you.
No, that's all right, John. You take care, and hopefully we will get some more results as we go on. But yeah, hopefully.
Definitely will. Not all the results that you need, but you'll have a good night, and I wish you the best of luck. And obviously, to the rest of you, we're standing back and standing by.
Yeah, right.
Thanks. Cringe Walker was he's apparently meant to be coming on at some point, but he's also doing stuff with the Old Glory Club, so he may be bit later on. Possibly Iron Duke will be joining us as well, but we shall see.
Gotcha.
Right. Let's see what Young Turks are up to again.
To torture us.
Oh, it's frozen.
I don't know what I've done to you over the years to make you
bomb their nuclear facilities. And
hate me with the Young Turks like
and
this.
I'm going to let them run wild, and I'm going to let him finish the Palestinians. And you started using Palestinian as an insult.
Okay, that's funny.
And
The way
Netanyahu is definitely, and Ben Gvir and Smotrich are rooting for Trump. So both sides are awful on this. And both sides said, I'd rather have the donors than win the state of Michigan and maybe win the entire election. You know what? In a sense, even more so for Trump. Because if Trump wins Michigan, he definitely wins the election. And he's like, no, Miriam Adelson gave me 90 million, that person gave me that other person gave me this. And no matter what, I'm anti-war my ass, drain the swamp my ass. If a donor says something, I do it. Because Donald Trump is obsessed with money.
I think purely hypothetically it makes sense. And generally he has been able to get away with taking whatever position he wants.
Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, we'll catch up with the highlight video of them having their meltdowns.
Yeah, they're not even really talking about the election. I mean, they are, but they're not.
Oh, never mind.
Well, Trump's finally breached 10% over Harris in Florida.
Yep, 10.2. Woo!
And they haven't called it.
No.
Okay, so they can call
polls aren't closed.
No, they haven't called it yet.
Or Virginia, I don't know. Vermont finally has votes.
So
yes.
Loudoun County in Virginia, which is again one of the most populated ones, is right in borders DC. That one is 56 for Kamala Harris, 40 for Donald Trump.
That's incredible, actually.
That one is a bit unusual because it should be Kamala Harris should be doing quite well in that one. Should have a good. Let me just compare it to last time. Let me compare and contrast.
There you go.
Ooh. Okay, so Kamala Harris is winning it roughly about with 56% of the vote. Nearly all in, it's 96%. Biden won it with 61%. So that isn't particularly good, I would say.
Only half the county reporting.
No, I'm talking about Loudoun, and it's 96%.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's
sorry,
96%.
I was looking at Fairfax.
No, Fairfax, it's too early to tell at this point. 96%. So she is down about what is it? About 5.5% in that county, which is quite it's quite heavily populated. So,
CNN's worried about North Carolina for Kamala Harris.
Are they?
Yeah. So even though it's on paper it's not looking great, but according to CNN.
Yeah, Alexander County, Trump has increased his vote share since last time there. I mean, but that's 78%. The rest of them, it's still 2 and 4%. So you can't really get anything from that significant.
In New Hampshire, Concord County is currently 2/3 for Harris, 1/3 for Trump. In 2020, it was 82% for Biden.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so it's
Wow.
Trump's looking like he's doing better than usual.
Where's Concord? Where is it?
I think isn't it the state capital of New Hampshire, Concord?
Yes, it is. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Well, I really do think that libertarian endorsement will be helpful. Also, the libertarians, the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire endorsed Donald Trump as well.
Yeah, if you look at Chase Oliver, he's quite low, and Jill Stein, I mean, it's 92 votes, 92 votes, 88 votes. Yeah.
Chase Oliver only has 130 in a very libertarian like state, or at least with a large percentage of libertarians.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the most libertarian state not voting for the libertarian candidate.
Certainly per capita, but
yeah.
I mean, he's also the worst freaking like.
Oh yeah, he's terrible.
What's his what is Aleppo? Gary Johnson was better than this guy, and not by a little bit.
Well, at least with the Aleppo one, that was kind of like out of nowhere. They asked him about it.
Yeah, well, make no mistake. I think the best take I saw on that was the best thing to come out of Gary Johnson saying what is Aleppo is that Americans learned what Aleppo was.
Well, what he really should is said, we don't need to worry about Aleppo. We need to worry about our own problems.
That would have been the correct answer, right?
Yeah.
Well, what should we do about Aleppo? I don't care. We're doing American things now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
America first. That should have been his response.
Well, I don't think he wants to steal Donald Trump's election phrase, so. Oh, Ohio's gone blue again.
Yeah, it's. I'm not looking at Ohio because it's just 21%.
It's just the big cities that are reporting.
Yeah, it's like, what was it, Lucas, Franklin? It's like Hamilton. It's like, who cares?
Columbus, and Toledo are the only really like the thing about Ohio is that it's kind of maps out the whole country. It has some decently sized cities. It has a lot of suburbs and also rural. Like, it has everything in it.
Yeah.
I was, one of the purpose of the stream was also to watch if there was any like nakedly cheating going on, like if we can catch it. And I think that might happen a bit later on. I'm just trying to remember when it happened.
It happened like late in the night.
Yeah, it was about 3 or 4 in the morning my time, and it's currently 7 p.m. So
okay, so that'll be like morning my time. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't think they've counted the mail-in votes.
Well, I mean, that's always the excuse, but
well, okay.
Yeah.
I think the protocol is count the election day votes and then count the
it differs by state.
Okay.
Okay,
I wish it was so clear.
Well, it wouldn't be America if it wasn't clear.
We have another guest appearing. Iron Duke, how are you, sir?
Muted. There we go.
How are you going, guys? How are you going? I was just on a very chaotic stream which had people talking about Aussie hats and God knows what else. But anyway.
Yeah, we've just been going through the counties, and I was going to say we've been watching a bit of Young Turks in between. We did have to stop that though, because that was the nothing of I was watching it for some cope and
hey gents, Texas is blue.
Oh, Florida's been called for Donald Trump.
Good.
So is Alabama.
Is Anna Kasparian still on the Young Turks? Because I remember my friend Chris Gard was very enamored of Anna Kasparian at one stage.
Yes, we've discussed this already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Texas is beginning to report.
Yeah,
and so is PA.
It is currently blue. So
yeah, it is.
No,
that's it, boys. This is the year. Texas is blue.
It's over. Happening. Call it now. Oklahoma's been called. So those Democrats are.
Don, it's all you lefty Californians moving.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah. Tennessee's been called. Trump's now at 80 electoral votes, and Vermont's or sorry, Maryland's been called.
Has anyone noticed that Don's flag is the right way up for once?
Yeah, right.
There's not a distress call at the moment.
New Jersey result coming in, guys. Hudson.
They've called Massachusetts for Harris as well.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah.
It hasn't showed. Oh yeah, they have called it.
Back to no votes counted in calling states. Loving it.
Yeah, it's 90-27 in the.
They've also called South Carolina for Trump as well.
Not on my end yet, but
yeah, they've called set on my end. Yeah,
but it's North Carolina that's the swing state, isn't it?
That's right.
North Carolina's becoming closer.
Sorry,
now.
let me share. Let me share the window here.
Looks like the Republican areas are coming in.
Yeah, whole bunch of states just got called for Trump.
On
decision debt. A whole bunch of states on decision desks just got called for Trump.
Yeah, was it South Carolina and
Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, Florida, Oklahoma, Mississippi.
Yeah, well, it's good. It's crazy. Florida's so early now. Called with
I was gonna say. I remembered 4 years ago, it took forever for Florida to be called for Trump.
That was just Broward County. The whole thing was about Broward County.
At the moment, Trump is up 11.5 points in Florida, which is mental.
Pennsylvania is now bringing in votes as well.
Have any of the swing states reported so far? Or
Pennsylvania is now, and North Carolina have reported votes.
Yeah, so Iron Duke, Florida, which is one of the swing states, is in the Trump column. He's won that. It's been called.
Florida's not really a swing state. Like it wasn't.
Florida was probably going to be Republican anyway, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't considered one by
North Carolina and Pennsylvania, I think, are actual swing states. But
yeah,
Don knows more about this than I do.
Oh no, I'd correct you if you were wrong.
All the states that are up right now, if North Carolina and Pennsylvania go Trump, it's basically over for Harris.
Pretty much.
Unless
something truly wild happens out west.
Yes, but very unlikely. I don't think he needs Arizona or Nevada in that if Pennsylvania goes, or maybe he does.
If he wins all the safe red states plus Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, he gets exactly 270 electoral votes.
Yeah. Oh, Michigan's now reporting.
Don, am I right in saying that Pennsylvania is kind of a Rust Belt state? It's like one of those American industrial areas?
It is.
I think less by the year, but traditionally, yes. They some of the factories in Pennsylvania died when I was a kid. So,
well, he did say X industrial.
Yeah.
So, I mean, ish,
Okay, I've got an update here. So I'm looking at Texas. I'm looking at Rockwall. Now, in 2020, Trump won it with 68.1% of the vote. He's more than likely going to win it by 70.6, 70.7 percentage of the vote. So he's increased his share of the vote there by 2. I would say, given looking at that as a complete county result there, the idea that Texas is going to go blue this time is a complete fantasy.
Yeah,
it's a fantasy that comes up every election.
It will be. It might be closer on the Senate with Ted Cruz, but it's not going to be close on the federal or on the presidential level.
I doubt it.
I just mean
as much
closer.
As maybe. Texas in general likes Cruz. All the places that don't like Republicans don't like Cruz, but he says a lot of cool stuff, and that makes people happy.
Tom, could I ask you something, mate? And also the other American on the panel. I've seen people saying that J.D. Vance is not likely to be the candidate at the next presidential election, whereas, as far as I can understand it at the moment, Vance is kind of getting groomed to be Trump's successor. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
So we're in semi-uncharted territory here. You know, that there's not a lot of break in president, and then his VP running. Don't get me wrong. A lot of the reason the internet is saying that is because the powers that be of the Republican Party do not like J.D. Vance, and are not going to. But this is why I have a very large break with that portion of the internet, because all they ever do is say, oh, but powers that be like this, therefore that's what's going to happen. And they're wrong like 60 to 80% of the time. And that never changes the analysis. So, I mean, look, if they're correct and powers that be determine all things, then no, J.D. Vance will have nothing to do with the next presidential ticket. If, results continue to vary from whatever the internet decides is what the powers that be want, then it is very possible, and it is more than possible that he wins. It depends a lot on what happens, A, if Trump wins tonight, and B, what Vance does for the next 4 years.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah.
If the powers that be were right all the time, then Trump would not have been the candidate in 2016.
Indeed.
So I don't buy that. That doesn't make any sense to me. That would be why Vance wouldn't be the candidate. I think Vance, if Trump wins, Vance will have a sizable advantage going into the primary after Trump's term.
I think Vance has got to get himself up to speed on world events. I was a bit disappointed when I heard him say that, if an Islamist country gets nuclear weapons, that could be a bad story when, Pakistan has had nuclear weapons for quite a long time.
He did
that was incredibly relevant, and nobody wants to talk about it, right? Which is Pakistan an Islamist country? Not necessarily.
Well, yeah, he did say that there's Islamic countries that have nuclear weapons, but he just was saying that that Britain was more likely to become an Islamist country.
God, I hope not. Speaking as an Englishman, my God, I hope not. But
I think he was just kind of being sassy more so than anything else.
Yeah, as much as anything, that is edgy internet joke. But I know, again, being as we're on the internet, we like to have dumb arguments like, oh, but Pakistan was hiding bin Laden, therefore we know everything. Well, no, we don't, actually. Pakistan does a lot of things besides hide bin Laden. And the foreign policy analysis that is who hid bin Laden is roughly what you could get at Chuck E. Cheese. So maybe that's not all that great.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, sorry to interrupt. I need to invite Cringe Walker on. He's just arrived. So please welcome everyone. Cringe Walker.
Hello.
Hey man, long time.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Nice to see you're a free man.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't been following this story, so I hope you're well. I've been praying for you, and I do hope things are going well.
They are.
But yeah, I just want to come. I'm very glad. I gave a little donation. I'll give some more maybe in the month to get my paycheck. Yeah, I wanted to come on. I'm currently also on the OGG stream, but I muted myself there and said bye for a few minutes just to see how you guys are reporting on this. It does look like a Donald blowout quite a bit so far in the initial trends.
Yes, I'm looking. So I've actually, while the guys have been sort of chatting away, Virginia looks very, very tight. Like your first.
Yeah, I'm praying hard for that.
Tight.
Yeah,
like your first girlfriend in senior school, high school tight. You get my drift, everyone.
If Virginia votes Trump, then Trump should win this. I would say.
It's over at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. Virginia becomes a Republican state again.
I mean,
I'll give a quick update from
Virginia.
Sorry,
should, but Robert E. Lee and all the rest of it. But if Trump wins that, I think he's got it.
I was going to say, Cringewalker, you are roboting a bit. Just to let you know, but
probably because I'm on 2 streams at once. Probably.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Well, you could probably leave one, and then it would be.
Let me try. Let me try moving this out of Twitter because Twitter's glitchy. I'm currently running this in Twitter in an in browser.
Oh man,
how's that now?
AI, could
a lot better.
It sounds better.
Could I ask you something? Have we said "rest in peace, Peanut"? And
no.
And
rest in peace, Peanut.
Yeah, and also the poor little raccoon.
Larry the raccoon.
I can't remember what he was. Frank. I think he was called Frank.
No, I think it's Larry.
I mean,
so I wanted to just. Sorry, I wanted to give a quick overview of what I've been seeing in New York. Other than the people I know who read the New York Times, it's just everybody's for Trump. I am really, I'm really curious about what New York goes. So you won't know about New York until midnight probably, but the polling stations in most areas I hear from my friends are empty, like nobody's showing up. And I would not say that's because the libtards aren't showing up. That's probably because the black people aren't showing up. They're very pro-Trump for some reason in the city. I've seen quite a lot of black people moving around with MAGA hats. Of course, they don't vote, but they're not. As long as they're not voting for Kamala, then as long as they stay home, that's fine. But
I mean, AI, you were talking about flipping to New Jersey. What Trump flips to New York?
New Jersey could flip.
Yeah. So, Cringe. I've basically been like stating this bet that if I was saying I'm going to bet that New Jersey will flip, and if I'm wrong, I will do a face stocks. That's
I've seen your face, I think.
You've seen, I've seen your face as well, and yeah, and we do know each other. But I will do
post
a
my
public
face.
I will do. I've seen your face next to Yarvin's face. So yeah.
We don't talk about what happens in Brooklyn.
What happens in Brooklyn stays in Brooklyn.
Until we filter it through the media and then corrupt the rest of the net. I'm joking. Anyway.
They've just called Maryland and Mississippi.
Yeah, Mississippi.
Mississippi's probably Trump. Maryland's Biden, probably. I'm just going to assume.
Yeah, that's right.
Maryland's Biden. Yeah.
Biden, eh?
Or sorry, Harris.
You know what? I'm down. Maryland could go to Biden.
That'd be hilarious.
I don't know. I don't know if I've mentioned on here, but I saw Biden and Hunter visiting the mayor during UN week, and he got federal charges like 3 days after their visit. I don't know what the hell they talked about, but either he was berating them over stuff or they were plotting. I don't know what, but Biden made a visit, and 3 days later, Eric Adams had federal charges.
I don't know if this is true, but I have had people telling me that Trump's doing quite well in Georgia.
Oh yeah, Georgia's going to go to Trump.
Yeah, so it's literally at this point, North Carolina is slightly up in the air, and then Pennsylvania. Georgia's looking good.
Pennsylvania, the white vote is 10% up this year, and that's probably leaning right. So I would say Pennsylvania is pretty much done for Trump. Well, we won't know for a few hours, but I'm pretty confident he takes Pennsylvania. I would also say a bit of wisdom. The people that were pushing for Biden in 2020 are still loyal to Biden in 2024. So don't be surprised if they use the same things that they did in 2020 for Biden to keep Kamala out in 2024 as a little comeuppance.
Kamala will take one in the face for America, that's for sure.
Well, maybe not for America, but she will for her.
Oh no! Let's say update. Oklahoma has gone to Donald Trump.
I didn't.
And blue Kansas, eh?
Oh no!
Wait, what'd you say, Bernard? What's going
Kansas
on?
is a bit blue-tarded now.
Oh
yeah, I noticed
no!
they've got a Democrat governor, which I couldn't understand.
All those women want to murder their babies. Yay!
That is generally the discussion.
Bear in mind, look, people have been talking about this abortion issue, and as
I'll be
far
right
as
back.
it's not in the top 5 issues for most Americans. It's like number 7. It's a long way down.
It's an attempt to mobilize lib women to go vote.
Yeah. But I don't think it's going to work. And also, everyone is saying the male vote in the USA is much up this year. More men are voting than did at the last election.
So that's
things are looking really close in New Hampshire, even though it's not that many have not that high, not a very high percentage.
It is close. Not gonna lie.
Well, it's a lot closer in the in the House, like the 2 House of Representatives. Like it's also like within a point.
By the way, the panhandle for Florida came in. Trump is 12.5% up. You can believe it.
That's insane.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
That's pretty decent win.
Georgia's currently up almost 12 points.
I will say, I thought Trump was going to double his lead from 2020 in Florida. I think he's actually tripled it.
What was it in 2020?
He had like 450,000 between him and Biden.
Yeah, he's pretty close to tripling it.
Wow.
But
Michigan,
the popular U.S. president ever in history, if you believe the Democrats. But
I see results for Illinois and Michigan. More of them are starting to come in now, and I mean, it's I say a bit too early to tell, but you know, the cities are coming in. But again, bear in mind, this is the more urban areas. 62 to 35, 62 for Kamala Harris and Trump. I would expect Kamala Harris to be in the 70s if she was going to win Michigan.
She's winning Grand Rapids, or sorry, Trump's winning Grand Rapids at the moment.
What is that in Michigan?
Yeah, it's one of the cities in Michigan.
Which county is that?
Kent County. It's not a lot. It's less than a percentage that has
okay
but it's just interesting.
Yeah. Oh, Missouri. Let's have a look. Lincoln County. That's Trump's doing really well there. He's doing quite well there.
Trump's doing well.
Decision Desk has got Missouri called for Trump already.
Oh, they've already called it. Okay.
Decision Desk, not the AP.
Decision Desk is Fox, right?
Well, according to them, they read directly off the wire. I don't know if that's true, but according to them, that's true.
I just know what I mean is they that's who they tell Fox when to call it, right?
I don't know. The last couple of elections, I want to say in 2020, Fox swapped who was doing their calling. So,
oh, okay.
I say they've called Rhode Island, which is expected, but I'm just looking. It's quite close in Rhode Island as well.
Yeah, it's only 2 points.
Yeah.
Rhode Island is traditionally a 50-50 state, so you can't really assume much based off of that.
Wait, what? Rhode Island's
50-50.
Yeah, they've gone pretty close to Trump before. I think in 2020 it was like upper 40s or something. I forget. Maybe I'm wrong.
People voting in Rhode Island. Wow.
Okay.
Never heard of that.
Okay, breaking news with Fairfax County. The Kamala Harris has just dipped below 70% to 68%.
Wait, which state are we talking about?
Virginia, Fairfax and Virginia. Arlington has come in that started being counting. It's close. It is close in Virginia.
Yeah.
Loudoun County is 56 to 40. That's a massive drop for the Democrats there.
Good news for Trump. Good news for Trump.
Well, Virginia might vote a little more Republican also because there's a lot of neocons there that don't trust Kamala Harris, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
She's got the neocon roster pretty well stocked.
She does, but
Don, you're so right. I mean, one of the reasons me as an Englishman supports Trump is Trump wants to end the war in Ukraine rather than escalate it into a nuclear World War III, which will undoubtedly kill most of us. You know?
Yeah.
I'm kind of keen on Trump winning for that reason.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm not out of reach of that war, so I've had the same thoughts.
Illinois is looking close right now. Oh wait, no.
Sorry, Connor.
Illinois was looking much closer for a second.
Illinois is a very blue state, and it's unlikely that Trump will get it.
No, there's no chance. I just think it's fun to see it look kind of close. I actually, I live in Illinois. I'm very well aware that
my condolences.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty bad here. But it'd just be hilarious if Trump did decent.
On the other hand, the closer Trump comes in these basically blue states, the better for Trump nationally in America. So,
well, I mean, one thing, going through all these results just quickly and comparing them to the Senate and gubernatorial ones, Trump is outperforming the Senate races, the down-ballot Senate races in the swing states. I mean, the one that I think the largest margin of outperformance is with North Carolina, with the gubernatorial race there, because the black chap who was a bit of a spicy boy isn't doing particularly well. Was it Mark Robinson?
They called it for the other guy in North Carolina, for Stein.
They have, Josh Stein.
Oh, it's funny. It's like Vermont. The governor is called for the Republicans already.
Yeah.
The governor of Vermont. I must be a rhino then.
Yeah, he's a bit of a rhino. Though
it's fascinating how they can count the down ballot faster than the top of the ballot.
Yeah.
I mean, Phil. Yeah, here's Phil Scott. He's got. Yeah, he's.
You see, you put the bottom of the ballot into the ballot counter first.
Well, the Republican governor is winning in New Hampshire.
Nice.
That's a good sign. Although Republicans in New Hampshire are typically very different. They're more libertarian and appeal to the base. We'll see if that carries over.
Well, I think because of I was saying earlier, because of the Ron Paul endorsement, basically.
Yeah.
And the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire endorsed Trump.
Yeah, but you also have to remember information takes a while to go down. So that dissemination hopefully went fast enough to get people out, but it may not. It was last minute.
Yeah.
Well, so consider which group you're talking about here. The Libertarian Party of New Hampshire is the online product of a thing that has been very happy to embrace technology for the past 50 or so years. So likelihood is they could have released this morning and still got to huge quantities of the election.
Yeah, I would expect the libertarians to get the message quicker than most groups.
I'm just looking at Texas here. I've just gone back and I'm looking at the Hispanic Latino voting district areas, like District 15 here. This is the border bit. Here you got what was it, Monica de la Cruz. They just started coming in quite strong here for her and for the Republicans along here.
Trump's doing 4 points better than Cruz at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing, AI, that is true in Texas, I believe, although Don will correct me if I'm wrong, the long time there are Latino votes in Texas that have been there back into the 19th century, and those guys tend to vote Republican. They're not the same as the who have recently come across the border. You know?
No, that's
non-white.
that's where we
Sorry,
got
go on.
that beta video a couple of years ago, which was just amazing. You know, that Mexican rancher guy comes walking up in Beto's like open arms, like, "Hey, it's nice to see you," and that guy just walked up and cursed him out and told him to get the hell out of Texas. It was great.
Non-whites typically have a mentality of pulling up the ladder. So once they're established, they don't want anyone else from their country here.
Okay, so breaking. Sorry to interrupt again, but there is breaking news coming in here. So Loudoun County's almost in. Fairfax is halfway. Prince William is also, you know, nearly all in. These are the most populated area. Roanoke City again halfway there, but it's gone tilt Republican.
Yes.
It's gone tilt Republican.
Wild.
She still leads 2.5 or 2.4 points.
Not on the AP lines.
Oh, well.
Sorry, sorry, Connor, because what's happened is Trump is gaining like 3 percentage points every sort of, you know, increase
Iteration.
every few minutes. Yeah. So my point is, like, I'm looking at Richmond is starting to come in, so maybe it could change. But I'm looking at Roanoke City, and look at this one, 66.5 to 32. I mean, Kamala Harris, if she wants, she should be getting, you know, in the 70s at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, Paul Fahrenheit says it's going to flip, so I'm trusting Paul.
I think Paul, and I tell you what, I'm still on board with my New Jersey. New Jersey's going to flip. It's going to flip, guys.
Yeah.
People were saying, what percentage of New Jersey is in right now?
If New Jersey flips, Trump's going to win. I really.
21%. 21%.
And by what percentage is? Well, Democrats are still leading there, right?
Yeah, 54%. Donald Trump on 44%.
And we're mostly looking at. Oh, well, the North isn't quite in yet. I mean, the cities are pretty heavily Democrat. I mean, Newark is like Democrat hell. I'm surprised the South is going there, but that's Maryland carryover.
Just look at Atlantic, and you know, again, it's what, 23% in. I mean, it could shift a bit more depending, but let's look at Essex. Let's look at Essex, because that's the most population. And Hudson. Now Hudson is quite low for Kamala Harris. That's quite low, 39%. She's only on 68. That's one of the strongest Democrat counties, according to my sheet of paper here. In
2020, Biden won New Jersey with 57%. So Harris is currently underperforming.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Ohio again has flipped back to tilt Republican.
So I don't know how long it takes them to count these votes, but like, you know, most people are currently coming home after voting, so I imagine we'll see some shifts in the next half an hour or so.
Rhode Island is tilt Republican now, and they're on, what are they, 20%?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what you said, Iron Duke, I think if Trump wins New Jersey, Harris should just concede on the spot, basically.
Yep.
Yeah. Arkansas has been called for Donald Trump.
How's Iowa looking? Are they coming in yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, we're keeping an eye. Oh, North Dakota is coming in, and Griggs County 99% in. Donald Trump has got 74% of the vote. Again, I imagine that's the urban area, or relatively urban.
What are the states that most of these illegal immigrants have been sent to?
Well, they've been shuffled off to a lot of the swing states.
Yeah, obviously, But so basically, there's 7 or 8 states that tend to decide a U.S. election. Yeah.
I mean, for example, Iron Duke, the town of Allentown in Pennsylvania is 2/3 Hispanic, which is mental.
Yeah. That's a long way north to be 2/3 Hispanic for sure. Jeez.
Yeah, and like in 10 years ago, it was only like 50% Hispanic, so it's been bad for quite a while.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
New Hampshire hasn't shifted at all, really.
All right, gentlemen.
North Carolina is really close right now.
Yeah. It is.
Are you heading off, Don?
I think in just a second here.
Yeah.
So the Virginia thing's wild. The watch Fairfax late if you're still hanging out here, because they like to post 2020 for sure. They like to have 80-90% of the vote in, and then all of a sudden find the complete equivalent of how many votes they've already counted, right? So if they have 500,000 votes or something counted at 94%, they'll have 900,000 by the time that they're done. But outside of that, if some really crazy stuff doesn't happen, that looks ridiculously good for Trump.
Look at Harrisonburg. Sorry, but Harrisonburg again as well. Look at that margin. I mean, it's 20. I know it's 29% in, but again, Harris just really underperforming.
I don't know if this will be correct, but NBC exit polls are reporting that Pennsylvania independent voters are +6 for Trump.
Nice.
That is excellent news.
Don, please come back in about 4 hours or 5 hours when there are more results. Right? That would be interesting. I think it's going to get very interesting by that stage.
Who wants to be my designated second when I pass out, like at 4 o'clock in the morning?
You will never pass out. You're an Englishman.
Oh no, Kamala won New Jersey.
Did they call it?
They called it on the New York Times, I think.
Already?
The Wall Street Journal. Sorry, the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, AP called it too.
Oh shoot! Okay.
No face reveal.
Damn
Begin
it.
the doxing. All right. I really am going to go eat dinner. I may or may not be back somewhere on the internet later. I have no idea.
No worries, Don. Well, thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, gentlemen.
Nice to talk to you, Don. Well, if there's any consolation AI, she's not going to win it by the same margin as Biden.
Well, that's good. If she wins it by less, that's good overall.
What I'll do is I will do a face docs, but I'll do it in not here. I'll do it in my own terms. I'll do like a silhouette or something.
Interesting, even more, Iron Duke, is in 2016, Hillary only won New Jersey with 55, so Harris is actually underperforming Clinton.
Good. Yep. Look, that's good.
Where are all the Italians in New Jersey? Like, what the fuck?
They've been replaced by Chinese for years now.
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
Yep.
I mean, New Jersey, they're calling it New Jersey so early. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty large gap, to be honest.
Yeah.
I keep saying, guys, there's only 7 or 8 states that really matter. The others are going to go pretty much the way they always go.
True.
We haven't had anything for New York yet.
They come in. They come in late.
And there'll be a massive Kamala win in New York, I reckon. But
well, Biden won by about 2/3 of the vote last time, so it'll be interesting to see what Trump gets in comparison.
I think Kamala will probably win New York. But I think the share of the votes will be down considerably.
Yep.
I don't understand. Why is Reuters and the AP not reporting the same thing for Virginia at the moment?
Because Reuters is behind the curb. We're ahead of the curb, Connor.
Okay.
That's why.
How many votes? What percentage has Virginia reported according to AP?
So it's 39.5.
Because mine's for Reuters, it says 40.
Well, I guess maybe it could be 4. Let me refresh it.
Well, no, I know, but mine's different, so that would explain why it's different.
Okay, maybe you got a bit more ahead of me.
So if anything, mine's ahead.
Yeah.
Trump's winning in North Carolina now.
Yeah,
That's good to hear.
Yeah, he's winning North Carolina.
Trump needs to win North Carolina for sure.
He does.
Harris is up in Arkansas. Probably all the joggers.
It's just
Well,
all
that's Clinton State.
Yeah, it's all Bill Clinton's voters.
Yeah. It's all the offspring that he produced there.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised actually.
Yeah, I joke, but
Ireland. But yeah.
AI, white pill for you. Jules Roy in the chat. Remember, they called Arizona way too early in 2020. People in NJ are still voting. So yeah, you never know.
Yeah, could be.
I love how Maryland gets called. They still have no votes in.
Well, Maryland at the moment is still tilt Republican, and I know this is going to again Baltimore City 0.3.
Oh, mine doesn't even have anything for Maryland. It's been called by on Reuters called it a long time ago.
No, I understand it's been called, but like Baltimore City, which is like very, I mean, okay, this is like a first round of votes, 561 votes, 158 for Trump, and Kamala Harris got 76. Again, I think even in the blue states, she's just going to be down. Even in her own states that she wins, she's going to be down probably by a mix. As I said, I anticipate New York. It will be. I think down ballot in New York. I think there'll be a few House pickups and.
Yeah, New York has been pretty eventful this year in terms of surprising changes. We'll see.
You've also got to remember that the mainstream media call a lot of these states on exit polls, which are not always totally accurate. So
yeah, I wouldn't cope too much about New Jersey. It's pretty solidly blue.
No, I refuse. I'm gonna trust the plan, Cringe Walker. We must trust the plan.
We almost go into the copium den for New Jersey.
Yes,
it's tough in Ohio. The Senate the Democrats winning the poll or winning right now. Trump's winning presidentially.
By Trump's up to a 13-point lead in Florida.
Yeah, he's owned that area.
I want him to get 15-point leads. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, Trump's going to win Florida. I think that's pretty obvious.
Remember when they were calling it a swing state?
Yeah, Florida is not a swing state. That was definitely not.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when Virginia was like going back and forth, but by this point, when Loudoun County and Fairfax was coming in, it was like a 10-point lead for Biden. And now it's like, I mean, Sussex, again, this corner down here, look how close it is. Brunswick, Greenville, Sussex. It's close, you know, and
you've got to remember, though, that in many American states, the cities are solidly Democrat and everywhere else is Republican, you know.
But that's what I'm Duke. I'm highlighting the cities here, like Harrisburg and like the most densely populated parts, Roanoke, and I'm saying the Democrats are really underperforming here to quite an amazing. I mean, Norfolk, they're sort of holding up at the moment, but in Portsmouth.
Norfolk is a U.S. Navy town, so that might be a bit like not typical.
All the
okay. God, I think I've just had a better election joke than yours, AI. On Twitter, AA has quote tweeted Trump leading in Virginia, and he's just tweeted, "Grab them by the Virginia."
That's a good one.
My son, who's in the Royal Navy, was based in Norfolk for like over 2 years, and it's a Navy town basically. So yeah, I think that might be a bit more Republican than surrounding areas.
I will say I am worried about Pennsylvania though, because it's looking quite good for Kamala Harris at the moment.
Oh my goodness!
It's only 11%. No blackpilling. No blackpilling.
Trump.
Well, that's only one. That's only one district. What's the overall?
Yeah, Trump can't really afford to lose Pennsylvania.
No.
Much.
You're currently selecting Bucks County. What's the state overall?
Let me have a look at the state overall. 69.
Yeah, 69.
No, that's not good.
That's not great.
But it's like 11%, and the countryside is not like out yet.
Pennsylvania is not looking good.
We'll have to do a range check on that one. Oh God, it's not.
I'm gonna head out back to OGC. Thanks for inviting me.
That's all right. I'm gonna bring. Thanks, Cringe Walker. I'm gonna bring Sniper on now. He's waiting in chat. So, Sniper, how are you doing?
Well, let's see if my audio holds.
Pretty good.
Yeah, you sound pretty good at the moment.
I have potato internet, so we'll see how this goes. Arkansas just came in.
It's been in for a while.
Yeah. Arkansas.
It just updated on mine.
There's a massive disconnect between the BBC, because the BBC have only got like 29 votes for Harris at the moment. They've only called Maryland, Vermont, and Massachusetts.
Connor, Illinois has been called for Kamala Harris.
Oof, yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Trump's going to stomp North Carolina. Carteret, Craven, and Onslow counties over on the coast haven't. Craven's reported a little bit, but Carteret, Onslow haven't reported at all, and that's Morehead City and Camp Lejeune. So
yeah,
Hyde County hasn't reported as well.
Trump needs to win North Carolina for sure.
Pennsylvania, all the the countryside, like they don't have any votes in pretty much from the countryside. Like below 1% of most of the counties.
Okay.
So Pennsylvania there's not very much that's actually out except for the cities, which to the fact that Trump still has 29 points, is up or is down, but still has 29 points is actually probably says more that he's doing well.
How does Pennsylvania compare to the last election, AI?
Well, it's hard to tell. So I'm Duke. What I tend to do is I look at counties when they get like 60 to 70, maybe up to 90% now, and then compare it back, and I can say, oh, I can see which way it's going. More populated counties. I can't do that with Pennsylvania at the moment, because the reason I'm looking at Bucks County is that's the kind of it has shifted a bit. It's gone from 60. It's gone. Trump's gone up a bit there, so maybe.
Here's the thing. The Fox News was saying that Harris will have to get 700,000 votes to win Pennsylvania, and that's more than Biden needed to get.
Well, at the moment, she's on 597,000 votes.
That's quite a lot.
Oh, sorry. Maybe it was something else. What was it? It must have been. It must have been in the millions. I'm wrong about that, but I can't remember what it was. No, it must have been in the millions. I'm getting the figure wrong, but I don't remember what it was though.
I'll have to check in Pennsylvania. Let me just check in Michigan again, because we've sort of been ignoring Michigan a bit.
It might have been that she had to win by 700,000. No, that doesn't make sense. I don't know what it was.
She has to be ahead by 500,000 or more in mail-in votes before Election Day.
Oh, is that what that was? Okay.
Oh, Maine is starting to come in. Trump is leading.
Which he should win at least one. I mean, Maine's kind of weird because I think they divide.
Yeah, they
the
do.
vote.
Yeah.
Maine and Nebraska do.
Yeah, he'll get at least one from that congressional district.
Yes. Maine's close.
But I'm gonna throw my I'm gonna throw my wang out on the table. I think Trump winds up with Virginia, and it's a recount.
I definitely think he's going to win Virginia at this point too.
Because Harris needs Harris. Okay, look at go to Fairfax County and look at Fairfax County. Then go to Loudoun County next door and look at Loudoun County, and both of those counties need to have the Fairfax margin for her to win the state. And Loudoun County, it ain't there.
Oh, can we check in with TYT? I want to see if they are beginning to melt down at all.
Yeah, I'll check in.
If Trump wins Virginia, he should win the election. It should be as simple as that, really. But
well, he'd have to win something more than Virginia.
Yeah, but I mean, if he wins Virginia, that means his popularity is like way over, you know?
Yeah, but Virginia could be an isolated incident, somewhat, at least somewhat isolated.
Maybe.
Though I imagine he'll win Arizona. So if he wins Arizona and Virginia, he'll be fine.
Not if the 3-week vote counting in Maricopa County has anything to say about it.
They're winning.
Shout out to Pete earlier. And now I want to go to someone else who was very generous. William Plana says, shout out to my close friend James G, who has been watching TYT for 12 years and for the last 2 months has been canvassing for Marcy Kaptur and Sherrod Brown. That's in Ohio. We'll get to those races in a minute. And any victory we get tonight is because of good people like you. Thank you, William. Thank you to your friend. It's the people that are doing the door knocking, et cetera, that are making the big difference. So
Definitely.
appreciate them a lot. So, John, let's.
No meltdown yet.
I want to talk about, as we're waiting for some of the state stuff to come in, is there has been exit polling data, some nationally, some individual state, about what issues people were, considered the most important in this election. And some of the breakdowns aren't super surprising. Like 30% said the economy is a general category.
I see Cruz pulling ahead now in Texas, by the way.
Good.
So he's...
The Young Turks are not crying yet, but it's early.
Well, I would say, apparently, according on Twitter, apparently Sargon has said that on their Lotus Eater stream, there's a clip of like Seb Gorka ripping into Nigel Farage for being weak on immigration.
Oh, good. No, I'm sorry, but Farage needs a kick up the backside, quite frankly. I mean, while Rome burns and he's sat on his fucking hands. Like, this is pure opportunity. The Tories are just behaving like it.
Yeah, I do agree.
It's just like, I don't know what the hell's got into Farage. He needs to get his fucking act together.
He needs to feel his balls, mate. He really does.
Yeah, he needs to.
Well, his one ball he's got left.
Yeah, Nigel Farage has got to realize he's supposed to be a man, and start being controversial.
North Carolina is now up, or Trump's up 7 points now.
I would just say,
excellent.
That's going to walk away.
I would just say, if Trump wins in America, that Farage is Trump's mate, and that will help him, I think.
It's looking like he just needs to win Pennsylvania at this point to be assured a victory.
Oh, it's the lovely Anna Kasparian, I think. Okay.
And again, look, it does matter where you're talking about. So, for
No
instance,
simping for
in
socialists.
Georgia, the economy was the top issue at 40%. So sometimes it does matter. But yes, abortion was not the number one issue. It could be a motivating issue for a sub.
Number 7 issue. It's the number 7 issue. It's way down there. Most people don't give a shit about it. It's been relegated to the states. Fair enough.
Oh, apparently Stormy Daniels is now a Channel 4 pundit for this election.
That's hilarious. That's gotta be a joke, right?
Stormy Daniels is a big tit porn actress.
Yeah. I bet that
you guys are so screwed.
Yeah, it's.
Hey, AI, how much did Biden win Illinois? By how many points last time? I'm curious if there's any switches.
Let me have a looky look. Trouble is,
Virginia gap is 6,000 votes.
That's
I'm just okay.
Trump's
Biden
gaining. You know, he's up 0.3 points now.
Biden won Illinois the same margin as New Jersey, 57%.
No, sorry. What was the points? What is that?
So 57.54 for Biden, 40.55 for Trump.
Oh, okay. It's about the same.
So Connor, I have got an update from Illinois. So Cook County, 20% is in already, and Kamala Harris is on 63%. Donald Trump's on 35%.
Yeah, because that's only like blue. It was solid blue in 2020.
Nothing from DuPage County, which is interesting.
Will County, below the one below Cook County, Will County, 51% reporting in. Kamala Harris is ahead on 54%. Donald Trump's on 44%.
Not that great.
Yeah, it will just be interesting to see what DuPage County does.
Biden won Cook County by 74.3% in 2020.
Oh wow! So okay, he's doing worse. So Harris is doing worse.
Hitman, could you just look up McHenry County as well? Because there's quite 62 is already in, and Kamala. It's basically 50-50 with Kamala and Trump.
Trump's up 0.6 points now in Virginia.
That's good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, but they're calling the state. They're calling the state for Harris, though.
Virginia.
Oh, all right.
Yep.
Okay.
How?
Exit polls.
Reuters hasn't, but I guess AP has.
Decision desk AP have.
Yeah, that's exit polling, which may or may not.
Reuters hasn't, at least. That's something.
Right. Okay, McHenry County, Trump won with 49.98% last time. Biden got 47.49%.
Sorry, what was that again? Sorry.
Trump won McHenry with 49.98 to Biden's 47.49.
So he's doing better in McHenry right now.
Yeah.
But they are using exit polling to call some of these states, and but exit polling is probably about 90% accurate, I guess.
Trump keeps gaining in Virginia, and they're calling Virginia.
But the thing is,
that's based on Fairfax only being at 57% and the exit polling. But I think they're going to live to regret that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just share this again, because I mean, okay, if Fairfax and Loudoun hadn't been called, I'd be saying, yeah, probably that would be the case. But I'm just looking at it, and you got Roanoke, down here, 45. Again, Harris is underperforming. You got Fairfax, Loudoun's nearly in. where is she going to pick up? Richmond.
Fairfax is only about 56% in. Loudoun's done, and that's what's catching my attention. Is he should be losing that one by 30 points, and he's not.
Yeah. No. I mean, Arlington is starting to trickle in as well.
Well, Loudoun was where all that like transgender stuff happened.
Yeah. Oh, James City.
True.
James City. That's coming in a bit, and again, 82%. It's almost 50-50. Richmond.
Like I said, I think it's going to squeak. I think it's going to squeak and go to a recount, and they're going to regret having called this.
Hope you're right. I hope you're right.
I'm refreshing it, Sniper, and AP have still not called Virginia.
Wait, it hasn't? AP hasn't?
So it's just Decision Desk?
Yeah, and Reuters hasn't called Virginia either.
No.
So
Decision Desk has.
Okay, so only one of the three are calling it. So that's kind of interesting.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's exit poll stuff for the most part. So
it might also be them expecting Tim Kaine to drag her across the finish line because he did hold his seat.
Well, that hasn't been called yet on our side or on Reuters either. I don't think.
See, Trump's improved a bit. He's actually doing improved in Delaware. I mean, I don't know that doesn't mean.
Tim Kaine probably will hold it, but it's still not called yet on Reuters. Well, it's Ohio's so tight in the Senate race. It's about 0.3% difference.
Yeah.
Moreno will take that.
He's losing right now, but
Moreno will take that. It's who's reporting so far.
Okay. I would say I think they're right because look at Trumbull and Honing here. It's the Democrat is sort of underperforming here compared to Trump's outperforming a bit, but it's roughly the same. I think, yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, this is funny. In the Republican candidate in the Virginia's 4th district is named Bill Maher.
That could confuse some people.
I want him to win.
Well, there goes Camp Lejeune, 67% Trump.
Oh, they've called North Carolina the governorship. That's for the Democrats.
That's not
I think they're going to regret that one too.
No, I don't think
really?
they will. It's pretty. He's winning, or they were winning by like 14 points almost.
Yeah, fair enough.
Trump needs to win the presidential vote in North Carolina. Or he really
does. He's winning by 4 points, 4.4 points.
Well, yeah, they threw Robinson under the bus, so.
I would say the Republicans are doing quite well with the House seats, like getting it reported early. A lot of these House seats, which are like North Carolina, the North Carolina first and stuff, it's like, and even the Virginia ones, it is. Look at District 10, guys. Look at the District 10.
Where?
In Virginia. Look at this. So this is Loudoun County. Look at this.
Oh yeah, it's tight. It's like
yeah, that is tight.
It's like 2%.
Yeah. And also District 4. Look at that.
Yeah, with Bill Maher.
Yeah.
Bill Maher is trying to win.
All right, let's Just checking. Oh, okay. We got a bunch of results coming in.
All right,
Wyoming.
so
has
Mountain
been...
has closed. Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas are all being called.
Yeah, I got that up here. They've all been called.
I do like the early part of the election where where Trump, where a Republican always has a large amount of delegates and or electoral college votes, and Democrats never have much of anything.
Yeah, New York's coming as well.
Is AP officially calling Texas yet, or Louisiana?
Yeah, Louisiana's been called for Trump.
Reuters called Texas.
Yeah. Arkansas
Decision
has
Desk
been
is
called.
called Texas too.
Reuters called Texas.
Meanwhile, our lieutenant governor just said that they're not even going to close polls for another hour.
In Texas?
Utah.
Oh, Utah. Why?
Apparently, Salt Lake City's polling places are all wrapped around their buildings.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not good.
Trump's up in Virginia 0.5% right now. Still.
Yep.
They've called New York for Harris, even though there's like no votes counted.
That's exit polls.
Not yet in Reuters, but
Decision Desk does. Be right back.
Looking at Queens here.
Oh, Trump gained more in Virginia.
Yeah, Louisiana's been called. I've got that here. Texas hasn't officially been called yet by AP.
Reuters has.
They've called it.
Yeah.
New Mexico is. That's a bit confusing.
What?
So apparently, the other candidate, others, is ahead in New Mexico. What's that?
Others?
Others.
Is it like some Native American thing, maybe? Or Indian or American Indian?
Hang on, Scott.
I don't know. Is that a native reserve up there, or is that like a native area?
I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing.
Sniper, do you know if that's a native? Is that an Indian area? I must know.
It's only 41 votes.
Yeah, it's pretty tiny.
Or is it like write-in?
Well, yeah, I would be write-in probably, unless there's like just somebody on the ballot there. I don't know. It's only 41 votes though. You could theoretically get a bunch of people to do that.
How peculiar.
It could be Mickey Mouse. They could have voted for Mickey Mouse, to be honest. He's popular.
Yeah.
And I'm not even joking with that. They might have voted for Mickey Mouse.
I believe you.
Or just a bunch of various different things. Some people voted like Ron Paul or something. Yeah.
The gap is closing in Ohio. It's closing. It's closing in Pennsylvania as well. It's closing quite a bit actually. It's closed by about 8 points.
That's important. Pennsylvania is one of the key states that Trump needs to win.
Well, he doesn't.
Decision Desk has Ohio with Trump in the lead and called.
Oh, okay.
Wait, say that again.
52-46. Decision Desk has Ohio with Trump in the lead and called 52-46.
Oh, okay. Well, Reuters hasn't called Ohio, but yeah, it's definitely Trump's.
Oh, the first result from Iowa's in. First county, Wright County, 33% reporting. Trump's ahead with 64.4.
Ohio, Moreno's beating Brown now in Ohio. That's big.
I told you.
Yeah, no, I it's not like I was, second guessing you. I just had no idea what was going to happen.
Officially, as of right now, the Senate has picked up one Republican seat, and that is West Virginia.
Yes, West Virginia, which was called without any votes.
Oh, Jim Justice. Yeah, he's done quite well in the votes there, I
Well,
guess.
Manchin only kept it Democrat as long as he did because of his name.
Yeah, because he was liked for his own personal,
Nebraska, the Senate, you got Dan Osborne. He's ahead at the moment.
Trump's picking up more percents and he's 0.7% in Virginia now.
They're gonna have to. The decision desk gonna have to go back on Virginia because
I can't believe they called it already, and it's still. It's 51%. I guess
it's because the federal government hasn't voted yet.
Fairfax still is frozen at 58%, though.
Yeah,
I think that's the problem.
That's a thing that does happen. So Loudoun, Arlington, and Fairfax. That's the federal government. A little bit of Prince William as well. So the federal government hasn't finished. Arlington's at 42% and Fairfax is at 58%, and that's why they feel comfortable, because the federal government hasn't voted yet.
Yeah, because they'll all be Dems. Well, yeah, most of them.
Michigan's getting closer.
Yeah, they're getting closer.
I think you should concentrate on the 7 or 8 swing states, AI, because that's what's going to decide this election.
Well, Michigan is one of them.
Yeah, Michigan is one of them.
That's true. Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say, I'm just going to do a bit of research into Oakland.
Oh,
Oakland in the sense of Oakland, Michigan.
Also, Iron Duke. There's only 2 of the swing states that are really tight right now or important are reporting. The others haven't.
I realize that.
Yeah, so we can't talk about Minnesota or Wisconsin or Arizona or Nevada yet.
Yep. Yeah, well.
I'm really interested to see what happens with Nevada.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's one of those states that seemingly is really hard to pull.
Yeah.
Well, the demographic is breaking against what it historically does. The demographics of Nevada are breaking against Democrats pretty hard. So at least it wasn't early voting because they're a mail-in state.
Well, Trump was also supposed to look, or Trump was polls were saying Trump might win in 2016, but then he didn't in Nevada.
I was going to say Ohio's been called, but I think we already say that?
Ohio hasn't been called on my end.
Yeah. Decision desk, you got AP having it?
Yeah, I got AP, yeah.
Reuters is just behind, I guess.
Yeah, Texas still hasn't been called yet for Trump.
It has from Reuters.
So Reuters and Decision Desk have called it.
Yeah.
It's just AP hasn't called it yet.
Yeah, just AP hasn't. So.
It's wild when they make their decisions sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, this is kind of weird. But they haven't called the the Senate race. Reuters hasn't.
I reckon Trump will win Texas, but.
Has New Hampshire been called at all?
Not yet, no. Trump's margin of victory is the same as 2020 in Ohio.
How on earth are they not calling that for Cruz? Cruz is going to win that.
I don't know. It's 3 points at the moment.
Yeah, but Cruz is going to win that.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying it's because it's 3 points. Or, sorry, never mind. It's 5 points now. My bad.
Most of the blue votes are in. Houston's mostly in. Austin's mostly in. San Antonio's mostly in. El Paso is half in. Dallas is a little over half in. He's got it. He's fine. So Ted Cruz will continue being a senator in Texas.
Yeah. That's probably true. Yeah, it's not looking like every time they say there's a chance, there's not a chance, really.
No.
I don't think they were. I don't even remember them talking about it being a chance this time around.
Where is Dearborn in Michigan? I want to see this.
Isn't it
good question. Dearborn.
They were killing all the ducks and geese, cats and dogs.
No, that was.
That's Ohio, isn't it?
Yeah, it was in Ohio.
Springfield, Ohio. Also, like the north, north part of Michigan hasn't even come in yet, and that's very
so Dearborn is Wayne County.
Wayne County.
So it's Detroit itself. So Dearborn is a huge Muslim population who most of their leaders have endorsed Trump. I am interested to see how much that shifts the vote around Detroit. Because he will not take Detroit. But wouldn't it be interesting if he gets, if he winds up way closer than he ought to be?
Well, I'm looking at the Bay result for Michigan here. And while this is 1.4, Trump has a pretty strong lead, 70%. I mean, Kamala Harris is going to win it, but yeah, it's strong. Again, look at Oakland, for example, here, Oakland County, 56, pretty strong. And Pennsylvania is moving quite a bit, actually.
I know this is way too early, but it's kind of cool seeing Minnesota red.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, Wisconsin's reporting now.
Yeah.
Some
strong.
Oh, Trump leads by 1 point now in Virginia.
Yeah, that's trimmed back down to like 1,000 votes.
But Fairfax is still not accounted for.
68%. It went up 10%. And his lead went down to, Decision Desk has Decision Desk now has Kamala back in the lead.
In Virginia?
Yep, by about 1,000 votes. 1,138,000 to 1,137,000.
Wait, say that again?
1.138 to 1.137. Kamala Harris in the lead.
Because Reuters is saying Trump's lead is 1.3 points now.
They're behind.
Well, what percentage of the vote is in Virginia for you?
It's Fairfax just dropped 10%.
No, I know, but I'm saying overall, like the whole state.
54.
Same here for me too.
Have a look on the screen here, though, because this is what I've got for Virginia at the moment. I've just refreshed it.
Is Virginia still being led by Trump in?
Yeah, Trump's still leading Virginia.
Yeah, so that's why does Decision Desk have a different number? It's weird.
Because they're getting the report slightly earlier. They now it just edited again, and it's now 1.153 to 1.151. Who just dumped? No. Richmond just had a big dump. And Prince William just had a big dump. Prince William is now almost done.
Yeah, but again, Kamala Harris underperforming.
Yeah, no. That one's going to go. I still think, like I said, that one's going to go to a recount, and I think he squeezed it.
Wow. That'd be crazy.
I mean, look at Fairfax, 55%, and she's only on 66. You know, she should be crushing it up in the 70s, like Biden was, really. Alexandria again, only 31%, quite early on, and Trump's got 25%. Doesn't seem much, but then look at all the other counties like Northumberland around here. I mean, Trump's got a lot of room to make up around these sort of areas. And
well, the thing you do have to realize is those counties out in the Panhandle, they will have like 15,000 votes. That's it. Nobody. That's Appalachia. Nobody lives out there.
Oh yeah, this bit out of this, but yeah. I'm just looking more out this way, to be honest, like more densely populated bits. The James City, for example.
Well, North Carolina's looking tight again.
Sorry, let me just have a look at James City in
Carteret County still not reporting. Neither is Hyde. Not worried.
Is that North Carolina?
Yeah, they will both go like 70% Trump.
Gotcha.
And Carteret County's actually got a little bit of population to it.
Okay, good.
Okay, so Biden won it 51% last time.
Which one?
James City in Virginia. He won it 51% last time. Trump got 46% of the vote last time. So Harris is down a bit there. Only 82% going in, and I will keep an eye on that one to see if it narrows at all.
I think we could really see Minnesota going Trump. Just sort of, I believe Walz is not that popular in Minnesota.
No.
Oh God. Democrats enjoy looking at Iowa right now because that's as good as it's going to look for you the whole night.
8 points.
Decision Desk has it 91,000 Harris to 61,000 Trump.
Oh.
But that's who's early reporting. It's all Des Moines.
Do you still have Kamala winning in Virginia?
Let me go back to it. Hang on.
No, I'm talking
Virginia.
Not UAI.
No.
They still show her just barely ahead. It's 2,000 votes right now.
Because in on Reuters it says Trump's still up by 0.7. I don't understand the difference.
Welcome to American elections.
Rural PA can't come in.
Sorry, which rural bit?
Rural Pennsylvania.
Okay. Oh, the gap is closing a bit. So I'm looking for a county which is, let's do this one.
Well, no, just came in then.
Lackawanna. I want to compare and contrast that from last time because it was quite close.
By the way, Decision Desk is running a current percentage chance to win, and they're showing Trump at 69.2.
Oh, that's good. Wait,
Nice.
You want to? Should we check in with Young Turks?
Yes, let's do that.
So I feel like they're just not going to have as big of a meltdown this year because they already had their 2016.
Better than sliced bread, knowing that she voted almost 100% with Donald J. Trump. But you think that's a beautiful thing to trounce around the country with her, and then talk about being honored to have the endorsement of the warmonger number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Oh God, they're molding about the Cheneys.
That's all they've talked about that we've seen.
Yeah, for the last hour
about the fucking.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They're still raging about the Cheney.
50-50, but if the Democrats wind up losing, both progressives and the MAGA are going to want to hear what I have to say, because it isn't going to be being mad at Trump or being sad. And you know, that was a misnomer
get a
about
bit of background
2016. I
noise
wasn't
with
sad
you,
at
I
all.
think.
Zaina Rodriguez points out all the time, I was mad, and I was mad at the Democratic Party. And so here we are again in a 50-50 race with a guy that I view to be a syphilitic clown. So great job, Democratic Party. You got us on pins and needles. Can you beat an utter moron who did a coup attempt against America? And you guys are at 50-50.
It wasn't a fucking coup.
You know, you were talking about the Wisconsin thing. I wanted to go back to that.
That's
Can
so
you
dumb.
say that number again about the exit poll in Wisconsin?
Yeah, and Jingo, I'm pulling that up again. I would like your opinion about if Democrats win, though, they're going to think that they did everything right. And that is my biggest fear, that they won't learn any lessons from this. We know that Trump is a neo-fascist, and we know neoliberals are in control. If the neoliberals win, you and I know, and others, they're not going to change
And you wonder why I cannot watch these people.
Trump's up in Minnesota right now.
Wisconsin shows
Not-
that
it's
Trump
not
has
by mu-
doubled
Enjoy
his
it, it
support
won't
among
stay.
Black voters in that
Yeah,
state.
it's early,
Now,
but
again,
I
as an
think he'll
exit
win it.
poll,
I think I
it
think
is
there's a
what,
chance he'll win it.
a
No.
revelation.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, she just said that she was looking at her figures, and they said that Trump has doubled his support in Wisconsin.
Nice.
That would be impossible for anybody to outdo.
That's what she's reporting. Let me just check Wisconsin.
Saying double?
Is she
Doubled,
saying?
yeah.
Is she saying doubled his minority support? Because that would make sense.
Oh, that might be sense. I thought you.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
If she said double the entire vote, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, it's not. They just called something. What did they just call?
Wyoming?
No, they called that a minute ago. Something changed in decision desk because he's up to 210.
Reuters is still at 154. Oh, now it's at 162. Alabama just got called.
Alabama was called the second.
Texas has been called for 80. They've called it now.
Well, yeah, Reuters called that a while ago.
Yeah. Let me check.
AI, you've got some really bad collaboration going on. I don't know where it's coming from.
I think that's from Sniper. I think it's from Sniper. There's a lot of like background echoey noises. There we go.
Is it actually me? That's
yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
Sorry, buddy. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The thing to do is, if you're not talking, just mute yourself, and then it will stop.
Yeah, it starts out not too bad, and then it gets worse over time. I can actually refresh the studio, and that'll probably fix it for a little while.
Okay.
Trump's lead in North Carolina is 2.6. It's 52% reporting.
Yeah. I'm just checking the.
Wow. Trump won 55% of Miami-Dade. That's crazy.
55%.
Yeah, he's up to 13.5% on Florida. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it?
A former swing state.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a swing state now, really, is it?
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It's a former swing state.
I think the thing is, I actually think they might call Georgia soon.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Trump's up 5.8 points. 73% reporting.
I suppose Florida is some consolation for losing California.
So DeKalb and Fulton County still have a good amount left to vote or to count. So that's probably why they're not calling Georgia yet. Oh, what? Oh, no, that was North Carolina. North Carolina is up 3.5 points. Virginia, he's still up 0.6 by my account.
Trump has pulled ahead in North Virginia. He was at 50%. He's now at 51. So,
wait, where?
On my
what
refresh
county?
With the AP, North Carolina, he was at 50%.
You said North Virginia. That's why I was confused.
No, sorry, North Carolina. He was at 50%. He's now at 51%.
51.2 by my account.
Okay, yeah, it's
3.5% or 3.5 points.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously I think this is a good night for Trump. This is what a good night for Trump looks like.
Yeah, Trump's almost at 10 points up in Ohio.
In the more western states, it's really only Nevada and Arizona that Trump's interested in.
Well, those are the only two that are a question mark.
Yeah, if he can win those again, he should win the election.
Well, he was polling. I think Arizona was one of the places he was polling the best.
Yeah.
So that, like if the polls are right at all about that, then Arizona is going to be a big win for him.
It's narrowing again in
Sergeant Piper's back, by the way.
Oh, okay.
And Trump's got 52% in the popular vote.
Decision desk has North Carolina called now.
Oh, nice. Okay, so really, it's just he needs one or two of the swing states, and he wins. I think Georgia's a lock, even though they haven't called it.
I am contending that Carteret County is refusing to report any fucking results until the research triangle is 100% done.
Which one?
North Carolina. I am contending that Carteret County over on the coast and Hyde County are both refusing to report any results whatsoever until the research triangle, which is Raleigh, is completely done.
Are they Republican areas?
Yes, they'll go 70% Trump.
Okay.
And like I said, Carteret County actually has a good chunk of population.
Okay, so
I think you may be right, because look at District 3 on the House, like down-ballot, and look, 76% for. I mean, yeah, there is no Democrat. Let me just check the governorship here.
It's crazy that they're refusing to release the numbers. It's literally 0, and it's like some of the furthest east coast, that you could be, and it's.
I know. I'm going to rage. I'm going to have a rant about gerrymandering. But look at this. Look at this district, for fuck's sake.
Where?
Look at this. District 2. Look at the boundaries on it. What on earth?
You should look at Illinois.
Believe it or not, that's the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court made that district. The Supreme Court literally made that district because they made them throw out the redistricting plan to undo that thing.
That's
ridiculous. As a district, that is ridiculous, because like these outline bits here, not even. I mean, there's no central mass it's connected to. It's ridiculous that.
The New York Times is saying a 66% chance for Trump winning.
Oh, it's gone up, isn't it?
Decision desk is sitting at 69.4 and has him having the lead again by 20,000 votes currently in Virginia, with Colorado being called for Kamala Harris, which is not a huge surprise.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah. Now, yeah, Virginia, Trump has gone over the 50.1%.
Oh, Virginia's up 1.2 points.
Yeah, Prince William is nearly in now. 57. Fairfax is starting to come in. Could change.
He's doing really well, or he's doing decent in Loudoun County. I think that's.
Well, see, the thing is, he was always so he was always going to take Loudoun, Prince William, Fairfax, and Arlington counties. He was always going to take them.
Yeah.
But he needed to take them all. Well, he needed to take Fairfax and Loudoun by or she needed to take them by 30 points. And she only got about 16 points in Loudoun County. That's a problem for her.
That is a big, I'm looking at it, that is a big problem.
Virginia needs to be taken back by the South. That's all I'm saying.
The South shall rise again.
I mean, if Virginia switches, it might, there's more possibilities.
The South will rise again.
Oh, I wish I was in the land of cotton.
Look away, Dixieland.
Trump's up 4 points.
All I can say is Lincoln was a dictator.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For me.
I mean, think about what was that?
And Sherman was a psychotic bastard, and his wife was even worse than he was.
I was saying how Zelensky's a dictator at some point because he didn't do an election during the war. Well, the Union had an election where they just kind of cut off half the states, because Confederates seceded.
Oh no, it's worse than that. They had an election where they locked up people that voted against. You don't know about this part, do you? There was a third party candidate in Maryland, and they locked up everybody that voted for him, and threw out for election
interference.
They didn't use the word manipulation, but the word meant manipulation.
Yeah, Lincoln even got rid of habeas corpus, for God's sake. But yeah.
Yeah, they did get rid of habeas corpus.
Indeed.
So yeah, I mean, Lincoln was a tyrant, which is interesting because that's what Booth said.
All right, so I would like to direct your attention to Pennsylvania and the fact that margin is now down to 200,000.
Oh shit! Yeah, look at this.
It's pretty good for Trump.
Oh, carbon.
And still only 28% votes counted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Trump's got this basically. I mean, Wisconsin's looking good too right now. Not that there's still plenty of votes.
I'm just remembering the 2020 presidential election in the U.S. where it looked like Trump had easily won, and then 5 hours later, everything had reversed. I'm still thinking that.
Yeah, I got that in my mind. I would say that with this Carbon County, who I've got selected here, Trump's currently at 71% is already in. Trump's on 73%, but he won this in 2020 with 65%. Now, even if it goes down to 70%, he wins it by 70%, he still increased it by 5%, which is what I was saying earlier. So that would be enough. If that was applied universally, a 5% swing.
I mean, there's been a 5% swing in a lot of things right now. So, yeah.
I will say that one thing that is interesting is that Minnesota hasn't been called yet. And I remember last time, someone was putting on Twitter that it was called quite quickly, last time.
Trump's at 80% on Polymarket right now.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily a.
I think that'd be great. Take that fucking Tim Waltz, you pervert.
Oh, somebody Somebody said so far Stein is outpacing Harris by 6.7 points, and someone tweeted, "Jill Stein Patriots, we're up." Like that's not Jill.
No, they're talking about Governor Stein and North Carolina.
No, I know, but the guy said Jill. You know, this other guy was like Jill Stein. Like, what are he talking about?
Tim Walz, right? Because he was in the National Guard or something, tried to claim that he was operational during one of these anti-terrorist operations the Americans did, you know, Iraq and Afghanistan and what have you. And he tried to say he was operational. They sent him to fucking Italy.
Yeah.
Where most people will pay quite a lot of money to go on holiday in Italy.
I think he was technically active at that point. Like by technical, like, yeah, he didn't do anything, of course.
No, I don't think the Italians were attacking him.
I think it was dealing with like floods.
Yeah, and most of us have spent quite a lot of money to go on holiday in Italy, to go and look at ancient Roman ruins and stuff like this. You know? He complete con artist, basically.
Indeed.
For Tiananmen Square in China. So.
All right, goodbye to my Chinese spy. All right, I am going to hop out and go be dad. Y'all don't get stabbed.
Go well,
Roger.
Bye.
We'll holler at you guys later.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Bye. I was just going to say Milwaukee has started to come in, and that's tipped Wisconsin over, which is not surprising. We thought something like that might happen. But
unfortunately, I don't think Trump's going to win Rhode Island. It's mostly 78% counted, and Harris is 10 points up.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been cool. Yeah.
I did not think Rhode Island was going to vote for Trump.
Nor did I.
We could hope for a moment.
More on classical liberal. Yeah.
I mean, he has like. I'm looking at New York as well. Like I've just been looking at. I know these aren't in place, but look at like Queens. I mean, that is like 80% Democrat last time. It's ridiculous. It's a very strong Democrat area. Look at it. It's like 60-40 near enough.
Yeah.
And the Bronx, which is again.
I guess Brooklyn Dad wasn't defiant enough now, was he?
Oh, here we go, Brooklyn. Yeah. The greatest ally strikes again.
Those subversive Brooklynites, eh?
Yeah. Look at Manhattan. Oh, fucking hell!
Guys,
yeah. Should be nuked.
You cannot be a major American politician and be against the wonderful state of Israel. It's not possible. You won't get any funding.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I mean, weren't all those tunnels found in Brooklyn?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, God knows what everybody knows for, yeah.
Interesting things happening in New Mexico.
Norway knows what they're using those for, but anyway.
Very nice. Very nice if Trump could flip New Mexico, but there is a lot of Hispanics there, so.
Yeah, but
well, he could win with the Hispanics probably.
Well, he can in parts of Florida for sure, but I mean that's because of Cubans and people like that.
But I mean, New Mexico's right on the border. They're, they might not be happy too much with. They might want to pull up the ladder behind them.
Oh yeah. Very much the same as the old time Mexicans who've been in Texas forever.
I will say that Trump is, again, he's increased his share of the vote in New Mexico by 6% on average. I'm looking here. I'm just checking the I'm going to check Grant.
It'd be funny if he won New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, but lost like Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
It would still carry him over the line, I think, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would, yeah, because he would. Because all he has to do is win Pennsylvania right now, basically, and he wins.
He wants Arizona and Nevada for sure.
He doesn't. Well, he only needs them if he doesn't get Pennsylvania.
Well, the thing is, if he wins Virginia but loses all the other swing states outside of Georgia and North Carolina, he still won.
So
wait, hang on. No, he would have to win Nevada in that scenario. Sorry.
He has to win one
my
more.
brain's melting.
Yeah, you need one of them.
If he wins Virginia, he has to win one more. If he wins Pennsylvania, he doesn't need it to win any more.
I was just going to say that Kamala Harris is down 2 points in this county.
Trump's got 52% of the popular vote at the moment, and Harris is at 46.6.
Well, that's good.
I mean, that it's just California that's really the only thing that's going to bump her up there.
Yes.
Yeah. But still, I'm just saying that's a pretty, that's good at the moment.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is narrowing. Pennsylvania is now it's literally topping, and it's important to know that like the big city, like what was it, out this way here, and the Bucks County. This bit here is where
Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh in the west.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to see if the Democratic Party finally decides that they can't run women anymore for president.
Yeah.
Because that's the Trump beat his if he wins tonight, he's beaten only women.
Also, at the moment, Trump's vote lead is about the same as Bush Jr.'s in 2004.
Good.
That's good.
So it looks that like with this county, Lawakani, or whatever it is, 92%.
Where are we at?
Kamala, Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Lawakani. Kamala Harris is at 52%. Biden won it at 53%. Now this is narrowing. I think when the final result comes in here, she could be 2 points down here.
Well, yeah. So Scranton is basically where Biden was, where he was really good at.
Yeah.
So those type of voters don't trust Harris. So also, Bucks County, my understanding is it should flip.
19%. Yeah, it could. It should.
Based on the registrations, my understanding is they flipped that county.
Is that where Trump is? Bucks County where Trump was shot?
No, Butler.
Oh,
wait,
that was Butler.
Well, that was Butler, Pennsylvania. I don't know which county that is.
Oh, Bucks is in. This is.
Is it? Oh, where is Butler? Can someone look up which county Butler's in? Oh, no, it is a county of itself. Trump's winning that 81%, but it's under 1%. Under 1% reporting. So we have not seen Butler really come out. Which once Butler comes out, I imagine it will be heavy Trump.
Yeah,
especially with being the place where he got shot.
Yeah, it should be.
That'll be interesting to see. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident at the moment.
The Senate races for the Michigan and Pennsylvania is looking quite close.
That's good.
Look how close Virginia is.
The Senate seat?
The Senate seat, yeah. Look how
close.
Yeah,
it's always been close tonight so far.
Yeah, but look at Loudoun County again. Even Tim Kaine is underperforming, and he's underperforming in Fairfax.
Well, I think this is all because of the transgender stuff that led to Glenn Youngkin becoming governor of Virginia.
Yeah, because when he got in, he also cleaned up a lot of the voter rolls, got rid of a lot of the dead people that were still on.
Yeah, and the illegals. Actually, the Biden administration tried to sue Virginia from by trying to prevent them from clearing the voter rolls of illegals, and I think they got that overturned. So they were able to do that. The Senate's looking really good at the moment.
AI, I'm gonna leave you for a bit, but I'll come back on in a while if you're still streaming. Okay.
Okay, I might have to sign off.
Nobody lives out there.
AI, I'm gonna leave you.
Oh yeah, this bit out of this, but yeah.
AI, I'm gonna leave you for a bit, mate, but I'll come back.
I'm just looking more out this way, to be honest, like more densely populated bits. The James City, for example.
Well, North Carolina is looking tight again.
I think you're playing some of my bit.
Carteret County still not reporting. Neither is Hyde. Not worried.
Is that North Carolina?
Yeah, they will both go like
happening.
On Carteret County.
AI, I'm gonna leave you for a bit, and I'll come back on in a while if you're still streaming.
Okay. I may sign off. I think I said I was going to sign off at 3, but I might go till 3:30 my time.
Mate. I might come back before you finish, but I've just got to go and do a couple of things before I do anything else.
Fair enough. All right, I'll see you in a bit.
Go on.
Was anybody hearing double of each other?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hearing a bit of that as well.
What was that?
I think that was Iron Duke's mic. He was replaying the stream was replaying, and it was feeding back through his.
Oh, it was freaky. Hearing myself, I was like, "What am I doing? Am I repeating myself?"
Echoes of plot lines.
I thought I was losing my mind.
Well, it's that time of the hour, isn't it?
Well, for me, it's only almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's nearly 3 a.m. here. I'll probably drop off at 3.
Before we head off, let's just check on the young turds again, see what they're up to. Oh, they look like they're crying.
They are. You're not. It's not showing up on the screen.
Sustainably. So we started
a guy on there. Looked like,
and this is something I'm truly.
For me, I always try to reduce things down to first principles at the very bottom level. And we're talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? If we're doing this scientifically, and this is.
What are they talking about?
Shelter and safety. Those are the things that you just cannot survive without. What we cannot survive without are 10 million people coming over the border. Unchecked, there are 320,000 kids that are missing. I've been doing work on this for over 5 years now in anti-human trafficking. I'm telling you, it's real. The government's involved. It's not a conspiracy theory. You can look these things up. New York Times did a great piece on this in 2019 with Southwest Key Programs and NBM Inc. That's Mike Victor Mike Inc. Moving these kids around and stuff, and there's no accountability. The latest report comes out, and it just like over 300,000 kids. We have no idea where they are. So that's one, right? Just safety in general. And you can't. Yeah, look, you guys know this because you follow politics for years. You've been doing this show for 2 decades now. The misery index used to be the #1 indicator of whether or not the incumbent party was going to win a federal election. That's just not the case anymore. And you could say Trump he's a guy that some people have a hard time voting for one reason or another. And I'll say this about it. If you're fine with the way that party politics are working right now, the two-party system in America, if you're fine with the way that's working, then it would make sense to choose the person that you like the best. Mm-hmm. But if you want to destroy that system, then you find the biggest bull in the china shop and let him loose, right? And that's kind of the thinking amongst my crowd. They just want this stuff to be moved to the side so we can, reset a little bit. But because you're right, you and I disagree on very little. It comes down to how we accomplish the things we want to accomplish, not necessarily the things we want to accomplish in most of these arguments. So we can't do any of this stuff if we're stuck in the mud with these guys. And that's what we are. Anna mentioned it as well with the way that they use Wall Street and the military industrial complex to enrich themselves. It's unacceptable. And it's not just the Republican or the Democrats, by the way. Both of these parties do this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right in that part of the appeal of Donald Trump is, I used to think this was impossible, but I guess Trump proved me wrong. The idea of a single individual totally like changing an entire political party, but Trump has managed to do that, right? Like, I mean, the neocons of the Bush administration are no longer popular among the Republican electorate. But at the same time, I mean, there are some serious issues that come along with that.
I think that is a good point, though, because the thing though is, I'm just thinking is, if Trump, or by all indications, I think he's probably going to win tonight. But when it comes to after Trump, how are they going to? Because it is like a cult of personality around Trump. Is there like a visible path forward for Trump and that is away from the neocons? Because I can foresee a situation where the neocons just worm their way back in after Trump leaves.
I don't know. Nikki Haley did so terrible in the primary that I can't imagine the neocons getting back. And really, Vance is basically going to be the presumptive successor. I mean, that's why, like, Trump has, or the Trump team has basically made it clear that that's why he was picked.
It makes sense because he wrote Hillbilly Elegy. He can resonate with a lot of the Trump base, so it makes sense to go with him.
Oh, by the way, guys, update. It is 50-50 with Pennsylvania.
Also, did that guy accidentally say? I think he meant to say we can't live with 10 million illegal immigrants. I think he meant to say that. He accidentally.
Well, he can't, but yeah.
I think he said. I mean, I'm just assuming that he has said that, but it sounded like he said we can't survive without 10 million illegals, which is bonkers. It's not 50-50 on mine yet. It's
50-50 on mine.
1.7 points. Virginia is 1.1 point or 1.1 points. Yeah, point.
Oh, Missouri has been called for Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was a while ago for me, at least.
Okay.
It's been like that for a while. But Missouri was not a question.
Let's see what.
I didn't realize Iowa's kind of closer, and though it's like, well, 26% counted. I hope that poll by that one group wasn't right, but we'll see.
I think the Nebraska 2nd district is quite close.
It'd be wild if like Iowa flips to Harris, but like Minnesota flips to Trump.
Yeah, that would be wild.
That would be the most ridiculous thing I'd ever see. I mean, it's unlikely, but I do think.
I'm just going to investigate Iowa because maybe just all the women there have just gone crazy. See, I blame Game of Thrones for this.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's giving like women murder fantasies and everything, and they.
But why Iowa?
Well, there seems to be a lot of insufferable women that I see like on my feed who are like, I'm from Iowa and I want to kill my baby. I love Game of Thrones. I watch Handmaid's Tale. I'm an insufferable bitch.
They don't understand apparently that in Game of Thrones, Daenerys is the villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's so weird. Like, a psycho woman has to be killed at the end of to save all of humanity. Like, the zombies were less of a villain than a murderous woman.
And a woman with, political ideas.
Okay, so here's a good example. Trump won. Now, Tama County was Democrat from 1988 to 2016, where Trump won it with 56% of the vote.
Which one are what are we talking about?
Tama County, Iowa. Because I want to put this myth of Iowa to bed, because I think it was funny while it lasted. It's now just ridiculous. So it's 99% is reported in. Trump won it with 58% last time. He has won it now with 62%, possibly 63%.
It's really just that Des Moines has almost fully come in. That's why it's like that.
Yeah, but I mean, Des Moines again, 55 to 44. I mean, Biden was up at 65 last time. So.
Oh yeah, I don't think Iowa is going. I was just entertaining the possibility, because that's what that crazy poll by supposedly a very reputable pollster said.
Yeah.
Reputable in air quotes.
Kansas is quite. I will say though, Kansas is quite close.
4.8 points.
Yeah, it's 52% is calling in, and it's 51 to 47. I mean, I think Trump will win it. I mean, most of the like Douglas and Johnson and all around, I don't know about Jefferson. I guess they could flip. No, that'd be ridiculous.
I just love looking at watching Virginia. I mean, it might end up just turning blue, but it's still fun to watch it as it lasts, because it keeps.
Trump's at 37 million votes, which is half his 2020 total.
Half of his total?
Yeah, so he got 74 million in 2020. He's at 37 million now.
What was Biden's?
81 million and
81 million.
Okay.
Most popular president ever, remember?
I just want Trump to get more than Biden, so he'll be the new most popular candidate of all time.
That'd be hilarious.
Like 82 million.
Yes.
Let's see how Texas. I mean, I know Texas has been called, but yeah. See, he's won that Latino areas down the south here, and he's like Brooks County. Has the Senate been called? Oh, Ted Cruz is going to win that. Yeah. Again, I saw all these leftists on saying we're going to flip Texas, and it's going to be like down ballot. We're going to flip Louisiana, and we're going to flip. And it's like, nah, you're just nice.
Nah, that's a pipe dream.
Yeah. I mean, Pennsylvania is going in the right direction at this point.
Oh yeah.
Michigan is going in a decent direction.
I don't know why they haven't called it yet for Cruz. That's so weird.
Yeah. Maybe watch that. They might do a bit of fortification to but I don't know how, because like Dallas and all the sort of.
I don't think there's much fortification that they can do in Texas.
No. I mean this bit.
Oh wow, Trump's winning by 12 points in Texas.
Yeah.
Or almost 12 points. Yeah, that's crazy. That's great. That's almost Florida level too.
PA's finally tilting red.
Oh yeah, it's crossed.
Oh come on, boys! I wanted the Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia route.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry, apologies, everyone. I thought I was sharing my screen. I'm not sharing it.
Oh.
There we go.
I wanted that so we could have an early night of victory.
Well, it's 3 a.m. chaps. I'm going to go to bed. I'm satisfied that I'm going to wake up to a glorious Trump victory. So.
Yeah, and then as soon as we go to bed, all like the mail-in ballots going to come in. And it's going to be 100 million
Harris.
for Kamala. 100 million.
I'll be awake.
200 million for Kamala Harris. Right, good night.
Good night, Hitman. Thanks for joining me on this one.
All right, see you around.
See ya. And then there was 2.
Yeah.
It's 3:00 in the morning here. Oh, Oregon is coming in. Arizona. Oh, Utah has been called for Donald Trump.
Not surprising.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, there's more. Montana's been called for Donald Trump. Utah's been called for Donald Trump. Nebraska's been called for Donald Trump. Arizona is. Now, I've got a message here that's saying that Arizona has been called, but I don't believe it has
What?
on my.
How? It's not even any votes yet. Or are you getting votes? Oh, you do have some votes.
Pinal County. No, sorry, it hasn't been called. It's just been. Oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong sheet here. It's been. It's Tilt Republican.
Oh, Congressman Massey proposes ban on dual citizenship for lawmakers. That's something.
That's
I mean,
sensible.
I think we should just ban dual citizenship in general, but that's just me. But yeah, things still looking good in Virginia. That's crazy. Iowa's back on Trump's side.
It's still Kamala for me. Iowa. Oregon is.
Pennsylvania is still Kamala for me, which is interesting.
Malhue.
Where?
It's one of the eastern counties of Oregon. It's reporting in 50th. Let me do, because that's quite. I mean, that's quite heavy. Donald Trump, Republican.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just the cities in in Oregon and in Seattle that are Democrats.
Let me compare.
So basically, also the East Coast of Oregon, I think, wants to join Idaho.
Yeah.
The eastern side.
Well, Trump is up at this moment in time. He's up. What was it? 3 points in Oregon compared to last time.
I mean, Oregon will only really matter in the sense of the popular vote. It's not going to go anywhere.
No. Here's the Senate races that have been called. So no flips to any note.
Pennsylvania's back with Kamala, I think.
Still Trump.
Arizona's really tight.
You got Philadelphia, Montgomery, and Delaware County, which is, well, they could tip it towards back to Kamala because they're still coming
I
in.
still think I still think Bucks County is supposed to flip to Republican.
I think it's going to flip. I think Lancaster will. I think that will go Trump. I can see York as well, and
don't you love all the similar names of things?
Yeah.
York, yeah, York's gonna vote for Trump.
Yeah, York.
Let's see.
Oh, St. Joseph. Let's have a look at this one.
There's a lot of room for moving. Trump's pulling away in Kansas now. Nebraska's still tight. Trump's doing better in Illinois right now. Not that
he's doing.
Not that it means much, but he's doing better.
So again, looking at this county here, Trump has increased his percentage so far 2%. Could go up. It's only 89, so it could be a 3 or 4%.
Republicans are doing well in New Mexico at the moment, though things are.
Oh yeah, they're doing quite well, aren't they?
Yeah, things could change, but yeah, they're doing well in New Mexico.
Well, just wait for Santa Fe to come in because that probably will.
No, I'm looking at the. I was looking at the House.
Oh right.
Though I guess that's.
Oh yeah, the House level.
I mean, that will be factored in at some point, but I'm just saying that he's still doing well. And Republicans are up 136 seats. They've gained one seat in the House so far.
Which seat have they gained?
That's a good question.
Because there's not that many gained seats.
Just one. It's just one, so I don't know. I don't even know how to figure that out. It's not really showing up. It's not like clear. But to have a gain at least on during the early part of the election night, it's good.
Yeah,
because keeping the House is very important. Senate's pretty. Sorry,
I was going to say it's looking more likely that Trump's going to win the presidency.
Yes,
he's going to win. Do you think he will win the Senate and the House?
Definitely the Senate. The Senate's almost a foregone conclusion because of, they're basically going to win 51 at least. They're going to win 2 seats in the Senate. Montana, which we haven't seen yet, but Montana should flip. And then we already saw West Virginia flip. So Montana and West Virginia are guaranteed. Ohio's looking like it will flip. So that will be 52 seats. Pennsylvania's close. And so that could flip. And Wisconsin's pretty close too. Even Minnesota, the Republican is winning in Minnesota at the moment. Now that's not much has come in Minnesota, so that's not like much of anything at the moment. So
yeah, Just an update. Colorado has been called by AP for Kamala Harris.
Gotcha. Also, they still haven't called Texas for some reason.
No, they've called Texas on our bit, and I don't understand.
Talking about the Senate.
Oh, the Senate. Oh, all right. Okay, sorry.
Even though Ted Cruz is up 9 points.
Yeah, weird that.
9 points, and they still haven't called it. So, and it looks like Missouri will hold. Nebraska's close for some reason, though. I don't think that will stay. And then, yeah, Nevada could be an interesting, theoretical pickup in the Senate. But my guess is the Republicans will have 53 to 55 seats in the Senate. And then if Republicans can hold in the House, that's kind of harder to tell because California will have a big part of that. If Trump does better in California than he has done in the past in some of the districts that are closer, he could pull them over the finish line there. And then, yeah, I think it will probably end up being, if everything continues as is tonight, it should be Republican House, Republican Senate, Republican presidency, and Republican Supreme Court, because that's not going to change.
So I'm hearing apparently North Carolina is about to be called for Donald Trump.
That's perfect. So this is, that's great because that's going to put the knife in. Because Pennsylvania, Trump's up.
Yeah. Michigan, it's getting close. And the rural bits still haven't really come in their full yet.
Yeah, I just can't imagine this is, unless they play some shady stuff, which I think they were willing to do that with Biden, but I don't think they're willing to do that with Harris.
I would say Illinois, I was looking at like Cook County and all these like areas and DuPont and Will County and McHenry Lake, where you have like these big Democrat majorities, and the big majorities it's just not there at the moment.
Yeah, it's only up 13 points. She's only up 13 points. That's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, it's pretty weak.
What was it? What was it before? Did you check?
Yeah. Let me double check. I did, and then I got rid of it.
It's not really important. I'm only focusing on it because being from Illinois, it's kind of interesting.
Bugger.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, so
have you looked at the chat recently?
No, I haven't. I ignore chats. The stream's breaking up.
I don't think so. I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear. I think it's trolls in chat.
No, but did you see the look at the since like 9:02 the comments. Just read that. It's very funny. Not necessarily out loud, but just to yourself. It's funny.
9:02, you say?
Yeah, since 9:02. Well, my 9:02. Sorry, yours is
3:02, I imagine, or something like that. Yeah.
3:02. Yeah,
it's about how you operate a computer.
I know. Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, Armless. I operating. I'm just using my foot. I'm just using my
Yeah, I've seen you use your feet. Yeah, it's
yeah.
pretty.
I just think it's funny that this is what's with there's
Well,
nothing to be nothing to apologize for.
No, well, the trouble is they're all bored. They want, they want something. They want something now. By the way, to answer your question, Biden won the state with 57%. Now Kamala Harris, she's going, even though 64 is in of Illinois, she's still going down. She's at 54, and it's going down.
That would be great. I would love to see that. I mean, RFK Jr. is doing well. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Because RFK Jr. is probably, I mean, in some sense, I know it's not real, but you could tack that on to Trump's votes. Just as in like voting for not Kamala.
Yeah.
He's still saying audio is breaking up. Is my audio breaking up? Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you fine.
Is there anything that sounds weird or anything?
I don't know. Apart from Lord Charles Thomas in chat, if there's anyone else in chat, can they just confirm, or if they say if is there a problem with audio?
Okay.
If there's anyone else in chat,
Mac can hear us. But yeah, nothing to apologize for. It's natural to be curious.
Trump's on popular vote. Trump's on 43 million. Kamala Harris is on 38 million. I think they can call Georgia and North Carolina now.
Did you say North Carolina?
Yeah, and Georgia.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't. Oh, they called something. What'd they just call? Montana? What'd they call? They called something on mine because it changed. But I'm not sure what. Trump lost his lead in New Mexico. Not surprising, but interesting. Harris is leading by a bit in Arizona. Oh, Harris took back the lead in Virginia. But Trump took the lead in Pennsylvania. But just it goes to show you how close Virginia is. That's amazing. I mean, I swear I could see, maybe Vance. Max is saying that he prays for me. I appreciate that. And thank you for the compliment about the my good content. I try my best.
Yeah, Trump's taken the lead in Pennsylvania
and Wisconsin now.
Yeah, how many? 52% has already come in.
It'll be interesting if Harris maintains her lead in Virginia, or if there's maybe. I mean, it's only by 0.1 point. It's really close. It really could be a recount.
I would say Michigan might be a recount because that is flipping back and forth.
I haven't seen much flipping back and forth in Michigan, at least on mine. What's yours?
Yeah, mine is at Kamala Harris has got what is she? She's 49. Excuse me, 49%, and Trump's on 48.
Oh, mine says 2.9 points, which is 50% to 47%.
Do you know what's funny? They haven't called New Hampshire yet, and it's narrowing.
Yeah, it's 5.1 points. I disappointed that Chase Oliver is getting any votes. I mean, it's 0.3% of the. That's embarrassing. That he's getting 0.3 only. That's terrible for him.
Who's that? Sorry.
The Libertarian candidate is only getting 0.3% in New Hampshire. Like that. That's incredibly embarrassing for him, not for anybody else. It's really not embarrassing for anyone else at all. I was hoping, still hoping one or two of the New Hampshire districts flip. Okay, Republicans have now gained 2 seats in the House, which is good. They already had a majority, so gaining seats is always good. Hopefully they're very MAGA people, or very anti-establishment. Hopefully,
yeah, not like John McCain types.
Yeah, exactly. That would be frustrating, especially because at this point there's a certain amount of a margin that you could really like control who the speaker is. So if more MAGA types get in, then Republicans will have to elect a MAGA speaker, or more pro-MAGA speaker at least, which would be great. Let's check in with the Senate. Nothing surprising in the Senate at the moment.
No.
Well, okay, never mind. Pennsylvania flipped in the Senate. That's big.
Oh, Dave McCormack. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Wisconsin, just like Wisconsin and Michigan are both sort of similar positions as they are on the presidential race. Oh, well, actually, no. Trump's doing better in Wisconsin than the Senate candidate, but that's because the Senate candidate, or the Democratic Senate person is a incumbent, and that's probably why. Which is kind of hilarious though, because the incumbent has been around for so long, and she's just like a crazy cat lady who is also a lesbian and is like been doing something with her girlfriend that's kind of corruption-y. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah, it's a shame about Virginia. I was hoping that I think Kamala Harris still win Virginia. So
Yeah.
I think my prediction is that out of the swing states, Trump's going to win Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, that's kind of basically what was assumed. I mean, the fact that he's giving Kamala Harris a big competition in Virginia is crazy.
Actually, do you know what's even weirder? Okay, I had results coming in from Oregon on the presidential level, and those numbers have been rescinded.
Yeah, well, Reuters never showed any.
AP did though.
Yeah, I saw that on your screen, but no, yeah.
But now that they've been rescinded.
Well, I don't know why they would have. It's not time yet that the polls have closed, I don't think.
Yeah, weird.
Coast. I think they close at well, I guess no, they've closed by now, I guess. Well, they should have closed by now. Oh wait, no, they haven't. No, wait. No, they're closing it in 25 minutes. So that would explain it, but I don't know where they got that. Maybe they were fed wrong numbers, or extra numbers for some reason. But yeah, things are looking pretty good. Pennsylvania. It would be really good if Wisconsin flipped and Michigan flipped in the Senate, but it's unlikely, in my opinion. If Wisconsin, I mean, it's possible, but just not as likely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a bit tired out now. I'm gonna have to head off, I think.
Okay. Well, it was. Yeah. I'm glad I was able to make it. I've been under the weather for the last week, so this is my first stream in a long time, or since Monday, I guess.
No, that's good. Thanks for having me on, and thank you to all the guests who've come on. I mean, this is
it's your channel.
Sorry?
You thanked me for having you on.
Oh God. Okay, I'm just ignore me. I'm tired.
I know, it's just really funny. It's your stream.
It's my stream. Thank you for coming on to my stream, and thank you to the other guests for coming on. Any good streams to hop on? Old Glory Club. If you type in Old Glory Club on YouTube, it will come up with people like Cringewalker, who's on there. When's the face doxing? I'll do it tomorrow on Twitter or something like that. So I'll do it, something like that. I did promise I'd do it, and I'll do it.
I'm planning to go watch the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, or maybe all Lotus Eaters. Yeah, something like that.
I mean, I'm kind of I wasn't sure. I didn't think I was gonna stay on this stream for that long, but I just enjoyed it a lot. So I'm glad that I was able to come on. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. Very, very. Thank you. I'm looking at the BBC because they've got Trump on 195 electoral college votes, but I don't know which. That is confusing. How peculiar. Okay.
I think you'll lose your mind if you stay up longer.
Yeah, I think I will. Right, I better go. I need to go. Thank you, everyone, for popping on. And I will play the intro. Connor, you missed the intro, but I'll play that as the outro as well, because why not? Anyway, thank you, everyone, and good night.
Good night.